限，我也要和你对决，在绝城之巅，战役不言，连成无眠，让双眼锋锐的摩擦迸发在一念之间。一颗眼神觉醒了一座城，一颗灵魂点燃了一群人，星火燎原了华夏尚武的情节。我们本来就不畏一切，不惧一切。一颗眼神觉醒了一座城，一颗灵魂点燃了一群人，跨越星河去追逐我们的世界。我们本来去九天之上，去唤醒早已饥渴的灵魂。雪从凝固变成了沸腾，是因为听到你们的呼声。天外的天浩瀚无限，我也要和你对决，在绝城之巅，战役不言，连成无眠，让双眼锋锐的摩擦迸发在一念之间。一颗眼神觉醒了一座城，一颗灵魂点燃了一群人，星火燎原了华夏尚武的情节。我们本来就不畏一切，不惧一切。一颗眼神觉醒了一座城，一颗灵魂点燃了一群人，跨越星河去追逐我们的世界。我们本来就不畏一切，不惧一切。去九天之上，去唤醒早已饥渴的灵魂。雪从凝固变成了沸腾，是因为听到你们的呼声。天外的天浩瀚无限，我也要和你对决，在绝城之巅，战役不言，连成无眠，让双眼锋锐的摩擦迸发在一念之间。一颗眼神觉醒了一座城，一颗灵魂点燃了一群人，星火燎原了华夏尚武的情节。我们本来就不畏一切，不惧一切。一颗眼神觉醒了一座城，一颗灵魂点燃了一群人，跨越星河去追逐我们的世界。我们本来就不畏一切，不惧一切。一颗眼神觉醒了一座城，一颗灵魂点燃了一群人，星火燎原了华夏尚武的情节。我们本来就不畏一切，不惧一切。一颗眼神觉醒了一座城，一颗灵魂点燃了一群人，跨越星河去追逐我们的世界。我们本来就不畏一切，不惧一切。 9天之上，去唤醒早已饥渴的灵魂。血从凝固变成了沸腾。
战绝成本草银耳，野生的菌种所驯化，机制选用12种以上的严选中药材，采用高山无污染矿泉水培育，几十年匠心坚守，本草银耳终于绽放开来。肾乃先天之根本，久思劳神之事最为伤肾。肾源再生丸传承1800年，遵循古法的前提下，结合现代科技的萃取技术，精选9种补物，相辅相成，抗疲劳，养精神，创造更好的健康生活。山谷、幽林、高山，生态之地能出好茶。福鼎老白茶已有1000年历史，选用1级寿眉，味厚爽，香鲜醇，茶汤温润，滤去浮躁，让更好的福鼎白茶走向世界。匠心之作，手工传承，战绝成足银韵香书，整体是用足银打造而成，精美的图案，优雅的外形，每一次梳理都是对美好时光的珍藏。银在《本草纲目》中具有安五脏、定心神等功效。战绝成足银工艺杯，内胆是用足银为原材料，采用宫廷传统工艺和高科技手段精制而成。精美的图案，大方的造型，愿您在品茶的同时享受健康生活。菌菇，营养之王，战绝成7珍菌汤包，选用优质菌种，精心培育，汤浓味美，唇齿留香，带给您无限的美食享受。健康来自自然，每一口杀鸡汁都像是在拥抱着大自然，令人感到无处不在的生命。战绝成杀鸡汁为您呈现纯天然健康之选。
在波澜壮阔的格斗历史长河中， JCK 战绝成书写了一段属于中国的独特篇章。从一颗萌芽到5年间的砥砺成长， JCK 战绝成以坚定的步伐穿越风雨，为中国综合格斗开启了无尽可能。 JCK 战绝成王者系列争夺象征荣耀与尊重的金腰带，已成为勇士们的终极目标。 JCK 战绝成龙斗赏金挑战赛，100万赏金争夺，巅峰之战，王者之争。作为中国顶级格斗赛事， JCK 战绝成正在积极向海外发展，迎接着来自世界各地的选手，不断加强与国际格斗界的交流与合作。从地方赛场到全球视野， JCK 战绝成是勇者的殿堂，也是梦想的起点。2025年 ，JCK 战绝成将继续用无尽的热情，肩负起中国格斗的荣耀，坚定迈向世界级赛事的巅峰。
JCK 战绝成比赛规则及打分逻辑。JCK 战绝成常规比赛，每场比赛3回合，每回合5分钟， 回合间休息1分钟。JCK 战决成4人赛，初赛每场比赛3回合，每回合3分钟，回合间休息1分钟，肘击半放开。决赛每场比赛3回合，每回合3分钟，回合间休息1分钟，肘击全放开。JCK 决成之夜，每场比赛3回合，每回合5分钟，回合间休息1分钟，肘击全放开。JCK 战决成龙斗赏金挑战赛决赛，金腰带挑战权、金腰带争夺权比赛及金腰带争夺战比赛，每场比赛5回合，每回合5分钟，回合间休息1分钟，肘击全放开。普通比赛、金腰带挑战权、金腰带争夺权比赛及金腰带争夺战比赛将由3位判分裁判员进行打分。JCK 战决成龙斗赏金挑战赛决赛将由5位裁判员进行打分。肘击禁止使用由天12点至地6点由前向后的拉肘攻击，半放开，不允许击打头部。JCK 战决成打分逻辑。MMA 比赛的打分逻辑是以结果为导向，采用减分制原则，每回合获胜方得10分，对方得9分或更少。打分权重，以选手的技术表现作为评估标准，有效打击、有效缠斗、积极的进攻和局面的控制，重击的权重优于摔跤和控制。
黑暗中，八角笼巍然屹立，这片沉睡已久的战场，渴望战役的唤醒。JCK 决成之夜 N96头条主赛，
红方选手吉木武沙，技术精湛，这个6边形战士。Negmatov in the blue.
Believe me, he's had many more unrecorded fights.
将打响重量级金腰带挑战权争夺战。联合主赛，Sejilahu将与阿里森巴博萨展开交锋，血腥、智慧、速度、力量，在八角笼中交锋碰撞，刀锋出鞘，强者集结。JCK 决成之夜 N96，只等待第一声战鼓敲响。
Fight fans, welcome back to Shanxi, China for JCK Fight Night 96. This is our first fight night event in the Year of the Snake, kicking things off here at the JCK International Fight Center. Jimuwusha faces Negmatov in tonight's headliner.
There he is, Jimuwusha, looking slick for tonight's main event. And he's fighting this man, Rustamzhon Negmatov, later on tonight.
That exciting main event is just the icing on the cake of an amazing card tonight, Woody. There are many amazing fighters making their JCK debuts tonight, including Hu Yaozong. He's welcomed to the JCK cage by Daniel Nuerbo-Li.
Also making his JCK debut is the undefeated Gocha Shainidze, and he fights the very talented Li Jingbo.
Brazil's Alisson Barbosa makes his first JCK appearance tonight as well. He's looking to ruin Sejilahu's night in the co-main event.
There's more. The submission specialist is also making her JCK debut, Ekaterina Yar, but she's welcomed by JCK's top female grappler, Li Xuan.
And Aman welcomes Mongolia's Katana. There's no end to the surprises tonight. Here's your host, Yang Guo.
Thanks for thanks Woody。所有现场以及正在收看比赛直播的观众朋友们，大家晚上好，欢迎收看中国顶级 MMA 综合格斗直播赛事 JCK 战决城龙斗终极冠军赛。我们现在是在 JCK 战决城国际格斗中心与您见面，我是杨光，好久不见。 JCK 战略城是由海南全天候网络经济有限公司荣誉出品，由中国国际经济技术合作促进会竞技体育产业融合创新发展工作委员会负责相关的指导工作。目前 JCK 战略城知识产权已在香港国际联合知识产权交易中心挂牌上市。那么今天晚上将为大家现场呈现的 JCK 绝城之夜 N96的比赛实况。同时，我们今天晚上的比赛也将会通过我们的官方合作媒体咪咕视频、抖音、腾讯新闻以及快手等相关平台进行全程同步直播。同时还要特别感谢新华网、深圳电视台体育健康频道、辽宁移动、贵州新媒体、宁夏新媒体、TCL 互联网电视、虎牙直播以及格斗迷的大力支持。同时还要特别感谢千岁汽车、毛枪1953、12道、华肯乳业集团、梅花以及飞德士对今天晚上比赛的大力支持。那么今天晚上应战选手分别是头条主赛重量级金腰带挑战权的争夺之战，吉姆沙大战来自于俄罗斯的选手内格马托夫 Rustamzhon。联合主赛次中量级的对决，瑟伊拉胡对阵来自于巴西的悍将 Alisson Barbosa。正赛方面，银量级的对决，杨新强大战裘吉伦州。中量级，宗煌胡耀宗迎来 JCK 战绝城的首秀，对阵来自于新疆的选手达尼尔努尔波利。那么除量级方面，李金波对阵来自于格鲁吉亚的Shainidze。复赛方面，除量级的对决，阿卜杜拉达伊木对阵连扎野布。女子58公斤级的协议体重之战，大正李玉璇对阵来自于俄罗斯的女将叶卡捷琳娜·亚尔。那么轻量级方面，阿曼乌尔列夫对阵来自于蒙古国的悍将哈坦巴特·呼亨呼。那么草量级女子的对决，严雨欣大战高焕君。在此也诚挚邀请屏幕前的各位持续锁定我们的官方网站3w.jckmma.com 以及微信公众账号以及官方抖音号，了解最新赛事资讯的更新。冲出亚洲，走向世界，超越格斗的极限，迈向新的征程。JCK 战绝城龙斗终极冠军赛必是世界综合格斗的新浪潮。在此非常荣幸能与现场以及屏幕前的诸位共同见证和引领这股新的浪潮。那么巅峰时刻即刻到来，让我们舒开正风，共同开启今晚的比赛。
Welcome back to JCK, a new year, a new season. Making her way to the cage now for the first fight of the evening. It's Gao Huanjun. This is a strawweight female matchup. Gao Huanjun has fought here in JCK before. In fact, this is her second JCK appearance after we saw her first in 2022 at her MMA debut right here in JCK. She lost that one by submission, went on to lose her first 3 MMA matches, also all by submission. She's had a rough start to her MMA career, but she made it through the whole 15 minutes of her last fight. That fight ended in a draw. Things are improving. You've got to remember, she is a striker, and tonight she fights a fellow striker. We do believe that that may have an influence on how the fight goes tonight. She also fights in international MMA, which is recorded under her amateur record. There, she has 2 wins and 3 losses. Overall, not the best record. But things are looking up and up. Gao Huanjun looked in great spirits backstage just now. Let's see what this Hebei native brings to her second JCK performance. She trains out of Wusha Kung Fu Fight Club in her native province of Hebei. Here she is, Gao Huanjun.
There we see walking towards the cage out of the red corner, Yan Yixing. She was born right here in Shanxi in this very province. She has fought in JCK 2 times before and went the distance both times with Kwang Fei and Li Sitong. However, she is yet to get a win in her professional career. She looks to have moved the training to the Longyun team, and that might help her with her MMA game, especially with the likes of Liang Na in her corner. Vaughn, let's talk about that for a second. There we see Shantafa handing her a mouthpiece. When you're an athlete and you change teams, what are the benefits for some of these younger fighters moving to these bigger teams?
Well, you gotta admit that, you know, Longyun is one of the best fight clubs in Asia, perhaps the world. I love what comes out of that gym, but it doesn't always work for everyone. Not every fighter that's made the move to Longyun has, you know, absorbed the knowledge that gets taught there. So it really depends. You know, Yan, she's young, just 25 years of age. I gotta say, moving away from a pure striking gym to an MMA gym definitely is gonna help her career.
Especially with the amount of good grapplers they have in that camp. I'm very interested to see if she's going to try to take this fight to the ground and impose some of her newfound grappling skills. She made the move earlier this year. She visited him last year and signed over to their team this year, a couple of months ago.
Looking now at the tail of the tape, and there's a significant difference in height between these two female warriors.
本场 JCK MMA Fight Night 女子草量级的复赛交锋，蓝方选手身高152公分，臂展151厘米，体重51.40公斤，年龄22岁，来自于河北顽石功夫格斗俱乐部 ，MMA 综合格斗战绩5战4负1平 ，JCK 战决城战绩1战1负，他就是来自于中国的蓝方选手截断者高焕俊。 本场比赛，红方选手身高163公分，臂展155厘米，体重52.50公斤，年龄25岁，来自于哈尔滨龙云综合格斗俱乐部 ，MMA 综合格斗战绩2战缄默，他就是来自于中国的红方选手严雨信。本场比赛场上裁判杨明。
Gao in the blue corner and Yen in the red. Yen starts with a low kick.
It will be interesting to see how Yen's strategy has evolved, training there in Harbin with all those great grapplers at Longyun Fight Club. Gao throws a looping lead hook, falls short.
You know, Yen does have the reach advantage, but look at her legs. She's got very powerful legs. You don't want to get kicked by those all night long. Both these girls do have striking backgrounds. Oh, and it's Yen that gets that short right hook on the exit. They have a nice exchange there. Lots of feints on the outside from both these fighters.
Beautiful takedown there from Gao inside the open guard, open half guard. Trying to control here is Gao, looking for a pass perhaps. She's made it. Has she made it? No.
No, she's recovered guard as Yen.
Yen recovers guard here. Just peppering with punches and elbows from the bottom. Interesting style. Two strikers looking to fight this out on the ground.
And we thought that maybe Yen would be the one to try and capitalize and take this fight to the ground, considering where she trains now. But it's Gao that's on top inside the open guard of Yen, who just closes her guard as I say that. Trying to lock her down.
Fans watching at home should be aware of the JCK specific rules with elbows. If the tricep leads the elbow, it is considered illegal from any position. If the forearm leads the elbow from any position, they are allowed.
Three minutes left in this first round.
A nice start to this fight. Lots of action, lots of strikes from both the top and bottom fighter.
In the corner of Yen, we see Liang Na and Shan Zifa, both of them giving her instructions. But Gao staying active, I think active enough to keep this position going.
There's solid training in Hebei at Wusha Kung Fu Fight Club. I know the name sounds a little silly, but they have legit grappling and MMA coaches at that gym. And Gao showing us what she's made of here. Beautiful transition.
Oh, straight to full mount.
Yan tries to kick away and stand up. Gao's having none of it. Gets straight to the mount.
Big bombs.
Gao looking for a TKO finish here. Heavy punches and elbows.
Hits the back of the head a few times. The referee does give a warning. Now she's dropping elbows and punching again. Heavy strikes here from Gao.
This could be it. The referee watching closely.
Two big elbows. Another big strike. How long is the referee going to let this go on? Yan is fighting back, but she's not improving her position. Heavy punches.
Yan has an opportunity here to push off the cage wall. Is she able to hear the instructions from her coaches on the other side of the cage? It's hard to tell. Gao looking to do everything she can to continue to maintain this dominant top position. She stands up now. Yan gets up too now. Here's a chance for her. Gao looking for a takedown again. There's a knee there from Yan.
Nice knee in the middle from Yan. What heart shown here by Yan. She took so much damage. I think she can be lucky that the ref didn't step in there.
Gao on Yan like glue.
Oh, now
Yan gets the outside trip. Beautiful takedown there.
Now it's Yan on top of 54 seconds left. She's going to have to do a lot to steal this round back, in my opinion. Let's see if she can tire out her opponent or even look for a submission finish.
Gao looking to pop out from this bad position on the bottom. Yan on top, peppering with some punches there, trying to, as you said, Woody, win back this round.
Gao looking for a Kimura there. Oh, kicks her off.
Gao back on top. What an action-packed first round.
Explodes up and reverses that position. Yan being caught a little bit off guard there.
Final seconds of this first round. If it were up to me, Woody, I'd have to give this first round to Gao.
I agree with you. It was a really good, and man, Yan is tough, but Gao put on a ton of ground and pound in that first round.
坐，护士给我。啊，拿走。这个体能怎么样？第一局你拿下了，没问题啊，别慌，知道吗？切肘再狠一点，切肘再狠一点。
The action from that opening round. There's a flurry from Gao.
And this is where she caught the leg and took her down. But it was this position when she ended up in full mount where she really dropped the damage.
There's that beautiful outside trip from Yan, where she was momentarily on top for,
for about a minute.
Maybe,
45 seconds.
Fight!
Round two begins. Let's see how this plays out. Will Yan look for the takedown?
Yan faking. Now using her jab, picking her opponent out a little bit from the outside.
Beautiful calf kick. There's another one from Yan looking to weaken the lead leg of Gao.
Gao has good timing on those counters. She really times it well. She drops underneath the punches of Yan and throws these overhands and short hooks.
Beautiful outside trip there from Gao back into the side control. This is where her first takedown in the first round landed her. Will she be able to keep this dominant position like she did in round one?
And if she can move to full mount again, you know, how long can Yan survive and how much energy did she spend to get out of that full mount position?
Yan doing a good job of controlling, making sure that she doesn't suffer too much damage here from this bottom position. There's looking to hip out and try to get to her feet. Gao making that very difficult for her. Gao scooping up that elbow, trying to flatten Yan onto her back, successfully does it.
And just doing these short little punches, he does have that far side underhook. Yan doing a good job of keeping that half guard with that hook, but doesn't look too tight.
It looks very loose. I think Gao would be smart to focus on getting that leg through. She did amazing from mount in the first round. I'd like to see more of that from Gao here in this fight.
Yeah, if you're in a corner, be trying to do a knee cut. Get that leg out. Now it's Yan. I don't think that this crank would work. Maybe.
Look at that. The corner of Gao believes she's got it. She's cranking this head here with this sort of guillotine against the cage wall. Is she going to be able to finish it? I think it's a little bit difficult if she doesn't have control of Yan's hips. Yan back to her feet now. Gao reluctant to let go of that guillotine. Now she pulls guard. Is she going to be able to finish it? Look, she's in half guard. Yan's peppering with punches to the midsection. I'd like to see Gao release this headlock. I don't think it's going to help her anymore.
Yeah, you know, she let her hands go. She tried to reset it, but I don't think it's in deep enough. And there, the head of Yan pops out. Now she's on top with 2 minutes to go. This is her round to steal. If she does something significant now, I think she'll be able to get. Let's see what she can do in the latter part of the second round.
Oh, no beautiful way. Reversal. Beautiful sweep there from Gao. She's on top now, where she's scored most of her points in this fight. Still, oh, beautiful. Slides right into mount. This is a bad spot for Yan.
And it's happening right in front of the corners and the coaches of Yan. Heavy elbow there. Gao is, I'm so surprised. This is not what I expected. This is not what we predicted. But what a performance so far by Gao.
Fantastic work. And my concern between rounds was that Gao might have gassed herself out, but there's no signs of that. Gao is still motoring through this fight, doing fantastic here with no signs of fatigue, with just over 1 minute remaining in the second round. Now punches from Gao, looking for the TKO finish. Yan trying to sit up. Gao slams her back down to the mat. More punches from Gao on top. This has been a very difficult position for Yan to escape. I'd like to see Yan bridge here. Where are the instructions from Long Yun in her corner?
Heavy ground and pound. Just relentless work here from Gao. Yan showing a lot of heart, toughing this out, trying to escape. Gao just beating up on her.
Final 30 seconds of round 2. Another dominant round so far for Gao.
And you know what I like about Gao? You know, she's still only 22 years old, but every now and then you'll see her throwing that body shot, even though she's in full mount, looking for. She's gonna go for the triangle. Gonna go for the triangle.
The clock's ticking. She's locking up that triangle. She's transitioned to the armbar. Beautiful work from Yan to survive that second round. We'll go to a third round after a 1 minute rest. There's some look of disappointment and frustration on the face.
上局非常好啊，肯定是拿下了。调整呼吸，深呼吸，深呼吸，深呼吸啊，喝水，喝水，体能没问题是吧？啊，是吧？他的。
Some of the highlights here, Vaughn. That
beautiful outside trip.
Yes, really well done there by Gao. This was more like a crank. It wasn't really a guillotine. And that timing sweep from half guard. Very well timed from Gao as well. Tons of short little elbows. And if we look at the face of Yan, it's already very swollen.
Sejilahu. Up. Unit, fight!
Oh, big overhand Both fighters open up with some heavy punches here in this final round.
Slugging away both these fighters.
Beautiful push kick to the stomach there from Yan, backing up Gao.
Gao backs up. Looks like she didn't like that. She did back up a lot. Calf kick there by Yan.
Beautiful check there from Gao.
Oh,
Yan
just
goes
misses
high.
with a kick to the head.
Gao closing the distance, looking to get this fight to the ground. No doubt she needs to be careful. Remember, from this position in round one, Yan got a beautiful takedown. There she goes for the same move. Gao wise to it this time, pushes her back and fires some punches. Yan's back pressed against the cage wall now. She's got a guillotine of her own, perhaps. What is she thinking? She lets go of that, works the body with some uppercuts.
Both these fighters are showing some fatigue, but not showing any sign of backing off. An absolute slugfest now here in the third round.
It's got to be a finish, I think, for Yan if she's expecting to win this fight. I give Gao both the first and second round. Woody, where do they stand on your scorecard?
I'm totally agreeing with you on this. But who knows, we might have a finish. These girls are not letting off.
Beautiful punches from both girls here. Both fighters have absorbed some damage to the face from strikes, but neither is backing down. Taking a well-deserved deep breath here in the center of the cage before they go back at it. Quite swollen face around the eyes of Yan. As you mentioned, Woody, blood coming out of the nose of Gao.
Working the body. Both these fighters just trying to get their opponent out of there. Heavy calf kick there from Yan again.
Nearing the halfway mark of this final round.
A big 1-2 by Yan. Oh, big left hook.
In this third round, no one has attempted a takedown yet. Both fighters content to swap punches. There's a beautifully timed double leg from Gao.
I think she heard you, Vaughn. I think she heard you, and that was a textbook double leg. The timing was absolutely on. Can Yan get up? She can sit back, scoot her hips back. She needs to push with her hands and just stand up. Can she get her feet underneath her, or will Gao pull her legs out from underneath her?
Gao doing a great job of keeping her head pressed against the chest near the throat. Now she transitioned. Yan trying to get up here. Gao trying to drag her back down to the ground. Still stuck together against the cage wall, but Yan's back to her feet.
Smart game here from Gao. It looked like she's pretty tired, and she was having it worse in the striking in the last 30 seconds before they close range. But now it's Yan who trips her.
Oh, this is
and she's looking for the rear naked choke. That hand is already starting to cinch in, Vaughn.
Still over 1 minute remaining in this fight. There's still a chance for Yan to get the submission she needs to win this fight. This is a bad spot for Gao. Is she going to be able to survive this?
She does peel off the arm.
What a change in tides. What a surprise there. Gao went for a bit of a reckless trip, did a bit of a face plant there, exposed her back, and Yan was all over it. Gao needs to put her back against the mat and slide off that way, sitting up like that. Gave Yan a better grip, a better control on the back there.
Yeah, but Yan's just, she's only got 18 seconds. She needs to do something and do it quick.
Fantastic work from Gao. The power in her
core is just
amazing. Is just ridiculous.
She's saved herself a few times here from some really tough positions, and I think she's done enough to get the win. That's all we have in this first opening fight. Vaughn, who you got?
Well,
kudos to both girls, but Gao's gotta be the winner in this fight. And what an amazing performance from Gao. Let's see if she wins first, but man, what a comeback after getting submitted 3 times in her career. Then she has one fight after that, which was a draw. And then she comes out with this amazing ground fight. Kudos to her, she's made great improvements.
Absolutely.
Here's the highlights from the whole fight.
She was so well-rounded today with the grappling, the striking. And man, did these girls go. I'm surprised that they weren't exhausted and they managed to finish all 3 rounds at the pace that they were going.
Well, I hope I haven't spoken too soon. You know, there's times when we don't always get the judges' decisions correct. So let's wait and see what the judges have to say. And in the meantime, let's enjoy some of the highlights from this fight. Look at Gao just pounding away with those elbows from Mount. That was the second round, right? First round?
That was the first one, and who knows if that went longer.
Beautifully timed double leg here in this final round. Look, this is the reckless throw that lands her on her face. Yan taking the back there. Let's see who gets the win.
接下来宣布比赛结果：1号裁判28比29 ，Judge Number 1 28-29。2号裁判28比29 ，Judge Number 2 28-29。3号裁判28比29 ，Judge Number 3 28-29。本场比赛3位裁判一致性判定冷风胜。For the winner, by unanimous decision, win by point, presenting China, the blue corner, 高焕俊。接下来掌声请出颁奖嘉宾，阳光一家党委书记、山西好人张小毅先生。有请颁奖嘉宾同红蓝双方选手共同合影留念。感谢颁奖嘉宾，感谢双方选手出色的发挥，谢谢。接下来是让我们共同开启男子轻量级的复赛交锋。
It's time now for the second fight of the evening. This is a lightweight fight. Making his way to the cage now for his JCK debut. It's Katan Batur Kukanku. We'll call him Katana, that's how he likes to be referred to, hailing from Mongolia and representing Storm Team. Katana has Dooley Le in his corner tonight. That's last season's Million Rummanby winning bantamweight. And of course, the great cornerman from Storm Team with him as well. He's got an impressive record, going 3-0 as an amateur with all finishes, 2 in round 1 and the 3rd in the 2nd round. He continued that pattern as a professional, winning 3 also by finish again, with 2 in the 1st round and 1 in the 2nd round, with a combined total of 3 TKOs, 2 guillotines, and a calf slicer submission. All that happened before his last fight when he got stopped by JCK superstar Namnan Bayer. That happened. Give me.
And there is his opponent, Aman Wurliu, the Alata fighter. He was born and raised in Xinjiang, China. This 24-year-old is a southpaw, just like you, Vaughn, so I'm guessing you must be cheering for him tonight. He has had only 3 professional fights, but he is yet to see the second round. His last fight was here in JCK in December of last year, December 7th to be exact. But what's more impressive, he got the finish in only 35 seconds over Wang Hanwen. At 182 centimeters, he is a reasonably tall fighter for lightweight. But most remarkably, tonight, he has a huge 18-centimeter reach advantage. And Vaughn, when a striker is fighting another striker, surely you got to think that reach advantage will come into play. But when we were in the back room, I shook the hand of Katana, and even though Katana is a lot shorter with a huge reach disadvantage, bro, I'm telling you, that guy has power. He has meat buttons for hands. So I'm very excited, and in my opinion, I don't think this fight is going to see the distance.
An exciting matchup indeed. Very excited to see Katana's JCK debut, but you know I never bet against the southpaw Aman or Lahu. The Alatai fighter looking to knock Katana out tonight.
Well, maybe Katana's going to try to knock him out. Let's see. This is going to be exciting.
Let's take a look at the tail of the tape. The reach advantage favoring the younger fighter.
本场 JCK MMA Fight Night 男子轻量级的复赛交锋，栏目选手身高170公分，臂展168厘米，体重71.40公斤，年龄35岁，来自于 Storm Team。MMA 综合格斗战绩4战3胜1负。那么今天晚上是 JCK 战绝城的首秀。Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the blue corner from Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. Gets ready for Katana Butter. 本场比赛，红方选手身高182公分，臂展182厘米，体重71.50公斤，年龄24岁，来自于新疆阿勒泰斗士俱乐部。MMA 综合格斗战绩4战3胜1负 ，JCK 战绝城战绩1战1胜。他就是阿勒泰斗士Aman Lahu。本场比赛场上裁判张永新。
Shot, tap, ready, fight!
I'm so happy to say Katana in the blue and Aman in the red. Look at them just swing from the beginning. Oh, big kick there from Katana.
Both fighters taking the center of the cage, throwing heavy kicks and punches. Ooh, there's a beautiful kick to the midsection from Aman. Hard straight left.
Look at
Whoa,
these guys.
both fighters throwing heavy hands.
These guys are literally swinging with all they got. Are we going to see a second round, Vaughn?
Well, I hope for their health we don't.
How? Not backing off either of them, trusting their chin, trusting their power. Doubling up on the right hook there is Katana. Aman would be smart to use his reach, throw that left straight through the middle. There he goes again. Oh, catches him with an excellent right hook.
Aman has crisp striking and, of course, the reach advantage, but there's going to need a lot of damage to take out Katana. Look at him now shooting for that single leg. Aman doing his best, but he's grounded by Katana. Katana doing what he can to keep Aman on his back. Aman looking for sit out, and he's successful so far. He's still not out of deep water yet, though. He's back to his feet. Both fighters clinched up. Aman looking for a knee there.
And Katana gives him a knee on the exit. Nice wrestling defense there shown by Aman. Ooh, another big kick to the body. And we see Katana changing stances for a moment there. Lots of fakes and feints here by Aman.
You can just hear that.
Oh, doubles up on that right hook. That's the 4th time he's doubled up on that right overhand hook.
Katana having a lot of success with his right hand in this fight.
But also look at Aman, he's picking him apart with those crosses and body kicks. And look at Katana changing stances. He doesn't want those body kicks in the middle, going to the middle anymore.
Fighters swapping heavy punches, landing several.
Man, thudding punches. We can hear the strikes land on their faces. So much damage only in 2.5 minutes. Another short hook by Aman on the exit.
Oh, beautiful
sits in.
Right hook there, rocks Aman, and you can see his head bow. He's wobbling now. Katana looking for the kill.
Neither of them backing off, both of them getting hit a ton, not refusing to let go. That was 3 hooks in a row by Katana. What a slugfest for who's gonna fall.
This fight could end at any second. Both fighters landing heavy punches to the chin.
Not only is this fight exciting, man, how much can they take? How many years of their life are they cutting off? Not refusing to back off. Again, a flurry of punches, standing in the pocket, trading.
Still just under 2 minutes remaining in this action-packed first round. Both fighters with their mouths wide open.
Another doubling up of the hooks there by Katana. If I was Aman's corner, I would tell him to kick to the body again. He had really good success. Another straight left followed with a right hook from Aman. Oh,
beautiful outside calf kick there from Katana.
Thudding kick. Aye. A big left straight followed by another hook. It's the same things over and over, but these guys are finding home. Don't fix something that's not broken. Again, standing in front of each other.
Both fighters swapping straights and hooks to the chin.
Going to the body is Katana. Katana says something in his eye. Works the body, does Aman.
Aman not respecting the call for a rest. Continues to push forward, firing punches towards the liver section. A low kick there from Katana, and Aman just fires several punches to the head.
Just throwing bombs. Look at Katana. Maybe Father Time is starting to catch up because he looks like he's starting to gas, but who wouldn't be gassed after a round like that? But Aman pushing forward.
I gotta say, one thing I admire about these fighters, they have amazing offense. What do you think about their defense?
Which defense? I haven't seen any.
Offense is the best defense.
Big body kick. Well, not in this case because they're just standing their ground and swinging for the fences.
Aman with his mouth wide open, bleeding out of the nose.
Another. How tough are these guys, Vaughn? 10 seconds. Aman doesn't want to go to his second round of his pro career, but it looks like he's going to see his second round.
Just a few seconds before the end of the round, Katana lands that takedown.
Okay, Savon, who won that round?
Look at some of the action from this action-packed first round. This is earlier in the round where Katana got that takedown, and then this is a few of like 10,000 landed punches from that first round.
This was number 22 of the first 1,000.
Both fighters landing punches, but amazingly, it looks as though Aman took more damage. If you look at his face, Katana looks okay.
I don't know, I see it differently. I see Katana being a little bit more fatigued, and I thought Aman landed more punches, more volume. Maybe his face just swells easier. I don't know.
I think that Aman also got rocked worse in that first round. So for that reason, I'm giving round 1 to Katana. Let's see how it plays out here in this second round.
More of the same again, throwing with absolute venom. A step through knee. Look at Aman. urging his opponent on, saying, let's go. Fakes the kick. Katana respecting that body kick. Another inside kick now from Aman. Oh!
Beautiful head kick from Aman.
Katana eats it as if it's just a nice breakfast snack. Oh,
another hard left there from Aman.
Flurry of punches that land. It's like he's holding pads for Aman with his face.
That was a cleaner takedown than the takedown Katana landed in the first round. He's looking to hold onto those hips with all his might, looking to turn this into a ground war now. Aman powering back to his knee.
Working towards the back.
Katana looking to take the, oh my, this is a bad spot for Aman. Will Katana be able to hold on to the back here? Aman switches over now, facing his opponent, but still Katana is...
Whoa, what a nice explosive move there. He's going for that tricky shoulder crunch there on the side. We don't see that, you know, ending too much, but he might get the sweep with this. Looks like he's looking for a sweep with that shoulder crunch. He's the butterfly hook on the outside. If that's what he's going for, he lets go now. 3 minutes left.
Aman on top now here. This is the longest we've seen the fight on the ground, I believe, so far in this fight.
Like whenever Aman's in trouble, when he gets hit or when he gets in bad position, he just doesn't stop. His way of defending is just moving and attacking back. As you said, attack is the best defense. Katana slowing down here, slowing the fight down again. Now it's some big punches thrown down by Aman.
Katana doing a good job to neutralize the damage, wrapping up Aman's arms here. Aman doing everything he can here to keep tight control over Katana. Still plenty of time in this second round. You wonder, is the referee gonna bring them back to their feet?
Well, it does feel like Aman is trying to stay active. He's trying to improve position. He's trying to ground and pound. There we hear the referee. But, oh, big punches thrown there.
Oh, Aman answering the referee's call with some heavy punches, looking to pass the guard now. Now he's transitioned, caught inside the butterfly guard of Katana there on the bottom. Katana holding on to a headlock here. Is he thinking about a guillotine, perhaps?
Well, he could, if he had a good grip, he might have thought about a reversal there, using that guillotine, but it does look like he doesn't have as much energy. Katana, oh, nice short little elbow there from Aman. But what does Katana eat? He has a chin of granite.
More elbows there from Aman, some heavy punches as well. Katana having a hard time managing this situation on the bottom here. He's not been able to slide out or improve his position very much for the last minute and a half. Oh, heavy punches there. Aman looking to finish this off here in the second round. Beautiful up kick from Katana.
Passes nice inside control. 30 seconds left in the second round. Right in the corner of Aman, we see his coach literally talking into his ear, telling him what to do. Short, stiff elbow as well to the face of Katana. And it's Katana's face that's being cut by that elbow, slicing his face.
Aman slides into full mount, clock's ticking. Does he have enough time? There he's going for the rear naked choke. The clock ticking. Will he be able to finish this choke? He does not.
What a fight.
Fantastic action. Both fighters have burned a hell of a lot of calories in the past 10 minutes, and we still got potentially 5 more minutes left.
Aman.
Oh, that huge kick to the head. But Katana just eats it. What do they eat in Mongolia? So much damage. You know, you can only imagine in the future there'll be some sensors on the glove that'll calculate the damage that you do, how heavy the strikes are, and we'll have the data for landed punches that equates the amount of damage a fighter took. Surely this guy is setting some form of record.
"11 years of age separates these two fighters." You have to wonder. A good show of sportsmanship there from Aman. He almost could have got knocked out there. Gotta watch himself.
Another body kick to start things off from Aman.
Nice hook. There's that right hand again.
Oh!
Katana. He gets tagged there with some hard punches from Aman. Shoots that single leg again. Beautiful sprawl from Aman. Threatening to get to the back here. Katana needs to be careful. Is he going to roll for a knee bar, perhaps? He's won by leg lock in other fights.
But he's got the wrong knee if he wants to roll in that way. Maybe he wants to sit out, go to 50-50, but man, he needs to. Yeah, there he is, going back to half guard.
This was a successful position for Aman in that second round. Still fresh in this third round, over 4 minutes to go. If Katana cannot get back to his feet or reverse the situation, you got to believe that Aman is going to win this fight.
In my books, Aman is 2 rounds up. You think it's 1 apiece? Am I right, Vaughn?
I think that the safest way is for somebody to win this fight by knockout. But both these guys have been hit with everything but the kitchen sink, and they've wobbled, but nobody's going down.
It's crazy. They get wobbled and they don't defend. They just throw back, and that's their saving grace. But add more oil to the fire. Awesome entertainment. Absolute warriors.
Aman cocking back with heavy left hands there, making this round miserable for Katana on the bottom. Oh, heavy elbows from Aman there. You see Katana doing what he can to wrap up that arm, trying to make it as hard as possible for Aman to let off more elbows, but he finds a way. There's one more.
Another stiff elbow from the top. There he goes again.
I think it's time for Katana to get a little bit reckless. He's, you know, it's just under halfway through the halfway point of this third round. Katana, I would encourage him to get reckless, take a risk, because he's got to get the finish to win this fight now.
Look at Aman. He's setting up a Katagatami arm triangle, but from his opponent's close guard. That's very hard to, well, unlikely to finish. Needs to pass the guard first. Nice hammer first. Now it feels like Katana is starting to look for knees, but he's going for Kimura. Does he have it wrapped up?
This could be, he's got enough time to win by submission.
Yes.
Kimuras are extremely painful and just take seconds to execute. If he can get that hand free, Aman really needs to focus on that Kimura over there on the far side. He's not going to knock anybody out with those small punches to the ribs.
Remember, we saw Wang Jijeng get caught sleeping with the exact same thing, thinking he was safe, and then that arm got out and he just got submitted. Oh, and he lets go. Katana lets go that Kimura. Oh. Katana holding on for dear life, and Aman just staying busy. If I was his coach, I'd tell him to, if I was in his corner and coaching him, I'd tell him just keep doing what you're doing. Make sure the ref doesn't stand you up. Just work.
Nearing the final minute mark of this fight. Both these guys must be exhausted. Oh, more heavy elbows. It's insane that Katana's skin has not broken yet from those elbows. Or punches, or kicks to the head.
You've got to think, what's it going to look like tomorrow? Looking for that shoulder crunch, variation of a scissor sweep here, but he's been having a hard time of getting Aman off him. 30 seconds left. And it's not like Aman isn't looking for the finish. Look at Aman, he's smiling now, but still not stopping at all. Look at big elbows, big swinging blows.
An up kick there from Katana. Final seconds of this fight. Fantastic performance from both fighters, but it must be Aman who's done the most, and he should get the judges' approval.
Aman celebrating. He believes he's done enough. We see Katana sitting in his corner, exhausted.
What an action-packed fight. These replays are just so much fun to watch. Oh, the power, the speed, the accuracy, and the toughness of the fighters that have absorbed the damage from both sides.
Let's see what the judge is going to say.
接下来宣布比赛结果：1号裁判30比27 ，Judge number 1 32-27；2号裁判30比27 ，Judge number 2 32-27；3号裁判30比27 ，Judge number 3 32-27。本场比赛3位裁判一致性判定攻方胜。For the winner by unanimous decision, win by point, presenting China. The right corner, Aman Lahu. 接下来，掌声有请颁奖嘉宾，全国首届100名优秀志愿者，太原市关心下一代志愿者协会会长王素娟女士，有请。 好，感谢颁奖嘉宾，感谢双方选手出色的发挥，谢谢。接下来将要进行是今天晚上的女子58公斤级的协议体重之战。
The action continues now with a female flyweight scrap between two very technical submission specialist. Looking at her now, this is Russia's Ekaterina Yar, the 28-year-old, flying in from Moscow, training at SK Sambist. She is 4-1 in her MMA career. All 4 wins have been finishes, 3 coming in round 2 and 1 in the very first round. She's an MMA standout in Russia, as well as a BJJ champion in her home country. She's achieved the rank of purple belt in Jiu-Jitsu. This is a great test for JCK's top female submission expert. Her opponent, Li Yixuan, will find out which one of these 2 female warriors comes out on top. I'm really looking forward to this fight.
We spoke to her coach. She's very well spoken. She was zoned in, ready for the fight. He was very confident, saying, yes, she's a grappler, and I think everybody knows what's her game plan. But you never know, this is MMA, and she is going up against another good grappler. It's Russia's grappler versus JCK's grappler. It's going to be very exciting. I like the hairstyle as well. Shaved on the sides, braided on top. And she looks absolutely zoned in.
Ekaterina Yar enters the cage for her JCK debut.
And there we see her walking towards the JCK cage, Li Yixuan. She has impressed us here at JCK, and she is very well trained with all-round skills. However, she's on a recent skid of 2 losses, but I would not bet against her. Her last loss was against the very tough and experienced fighter, Huang Fei-er, and they went the distance. Li has never been finished, but she herself is dangerous. Watch out for her slick grappling and ruthless ground and pound. She trains out of JCK Fight Club in Foshan, and they have a big facility now with a big group of fighters under their banner. I'm very curious to see where this fight plays out, and will Li want to test the grappling of the Russian submission specialist? We were in the back room talking to her, and I asked her, hey, what do you think is going to happen today? And she did not play any of her cards and kept them quite secret, saying, well, we'll see how it goes in the cage. I didn't want to ask her, do you fear the Russians grappling, or are you going to see who's got the better submission? But folks, we don't need to wait anymore, Vaughn. It's about to start. It's Li Yixuan going up against Ekaterina Yar.
Let's look at the tail of the tape and see how these 2 female warriors stack up.
本场 JCK MMA Fight Night 女子58公斤级的协议体重之战，栏目选手身高167公分，臂展160厘米，体重57.90公斤，年龄28岁，来自于 SK Sambist 综合格斗俱乐部 MMA 综合格斗战绩5战4胜1负。那么今天晚上是 JCK 战绝城的首秀。Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the blue corner from Moscow, Russia. I give you Ekaterina Yar。与他对应的红方选手身高165公分，臂展159厘米，体重58公斤，年龄28岁，来自于佛山 GP 综合格斗俱乐部 MMA 综合格斗战绩7战5胜2负 ，JCK 战女城战绩4战全胜，那就是来自于中国的红方选手大正李一轩。本场比赛场上裁判王安莹。
Just, time, ready, fight!
Yar in the blue and Li in the red. Oh, Yar immediately shoots for a double leg.
Good defense there from Lee. Lee is a great grappler, but she's no one-trick pony.
Look
there
at this.
Yar going directly for the submission, sitting down into this guillotine position.
It's an arm-in guillotine. Don't see those finished very often in MMA. She's let go of it now. Switches for the Kimura.
Lee firing elbows there into the rib section of Yar. No secret what's on Yar's mind. She's looking for the submission. Lee doing a good job of passing the guard here, but great work from Yar to recover guard, closing her legs here in the full guard, looking to do a bump sweep there. Lee defends that, stays on top. Yar needs to be careful because if Lee sits up in this position, she can have some.
She's already, look at this, she's going for an armbar, or she looks like she's trying to set up that armbar. No, she lets go of it. Is she gonna go into the legs? Yes. Starts fishing for a leg. Good guard recovery here from Yar, but Lee is staying very calm, technical, finding pretty safe. She hasn't been that close to, she hasn't really been any threats of a submission so far. And she has got the dominant position.
Yar looking perhaps for a triangle here.
But what I like from Yar is she's staying so busy with her attacks and her submission attacks that Lee can't really do anything. Now she needs to really defend and maintain the position. So Lee's being kept super busy, just maintaining position and avoiding being submitted. Butterfly guard here from Yar, holding the head down. Good flexibility, looks for the butterfly sweep. Fishing for a triangle here. This is not good. Lee needs to be careful if she gets that left leg out from under her body. Now she's going for a leg.
Yar looking for the, oh, there's the heel hook if she wants it. Is she going to be able to capitalize on this? Lee looking to defend. She's doing the right thing, but it's still a dangerous spot for her. She needs to watch out. There's that heel exposed again. Yar abandons that guard, and now she's on her back again. Looking for another submission, looking for the leg again.
She goes for that leg entry.
Lee not shying away from the grappling exchanges. There were moments there where she could have disengaged and brought the fight back to the standing position, but she would have none of that. She's happy to engage here in this grappling exchange on the ground with Yar.
You got to compliment Lee's heavy hips. Her base is so good, and she's been very, very good in defending all these submission attempts. If Lee can sneak in a bit more attacks between these submission defenses, it would be good, because she is in dominant position, but she's not really doing too much damage though.
Looking for an elbow there. Good head movement from Yar to evade that big, powerful shot. Just non-stop attacks from Yar off her back here.
Looks like she's going for a triangle again. Is the other arm inside? Is Lee's other arm inside? Yes, it is. If she can drive that right foot through up high onto the neck of Lee, she can go for either an armbar or a triangle. Yeah, she's starting to cinch it in. 45 seconds left. Well, we know Lee is very tough.
Yar doing a good job grabbing the foot now, looking to cinch up that triangle. This is a bad spot for Lee. Yes. Is Yar going to be able to finish the submission here off her back? 30 seconds remaining in this opening round.
There's a lot of space on the one side, but she has to protect her arm at the same time, because she can go for an arm bar triangle at the same time. Or she mustn't square up too much. This will allow Yar to put her knee closer to the neck. 10 seconds left. Hard to score this round, Vaughn.
For me, it's quite clear. I think that Yar has done more here. Almost no damage issued by Lee, and a near submission win there at the end. You can see Lee looks surprised. She's never been outclassed in a grappling exchange in her MMA career, as far as I know.
Очень неплохо. Как борец она никакой. Тебе нужно просто сейчас прицелиться. Ты очень долго треугольник заряжала, Кать. Очень долго заряжала треугольник, и в конце это... Сейчас восстановись.
It was Yar who jumped for the guillotine, that arm-in guillotine, very early in the fight. Look at how she wants to scoot that leg up super high.
Lee did do a good job of defending the first takedown attempt. Then he got to the ground by pulling guard, and then it was just a chain of submission attempts from Yar for the next 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, right. Putting on a BJJ submission attempt clinic and defense clinic.
Both fighters 28 years old this year.
How long before Yar shoots again?
It's hard to say because we haven't seen them engage in a striking exchange, but it looks just by the posture of Yar that she's probably more comfortable on the ground, and here she is on the ground. This is where we believe she wants to fight. Li Shen getting some punches in there against the cage wall. Li back to her feet here, but they're still connected. Back to the ground here. But Li on top, but Yar is happy on the bottom.
Yar is happy to, as long as the fight gets to the ground. We saw her there. She does look very uncomfortable in striking exchanges. Her striking does look a little bit stiff. And I'm not sure why Li isn't trying her best just to move away from this. Scoot back, get your elbows closer, and just exit this open guard.
Well, you know, it could be that the judges have given that first round to Li, and it could be that Li believes that staying on top here will lead to the victory. I disagree, but we won't know for sure until the fight ends.
Yeah, look at Yar. She's able to get her legs up super high, that high guard. That's not what you want. Li wants, you see how she keeps getting those legs up very high, threatening with arm bars, chaining to triangles, so many variations from those positions. What Li wants to do is she wants to try and get the guard lower on her back. And she can't just stand up here, because if she stands up here, she's going to pull out straight into an armbar. She could risk trying to explode up, but like I said, that's a risk.
Considering how much time Li has spent in the top position, it's remarkable how few strikes she has attempted even.
Look at that little arm on the throat of Yar. She could drop some elbows there. There we go. She heard me. Look at Yar. Butterfly hook one side. She's looking for a butterfly hook sweep on the far side. This is a good position for Li with Yar's neck smashed up against the cage corner. Doesn't give Yar that much room to move around to set up those submissions.
Li Shan here, the corner posturing up momentarily with a short hammer fist there from the top. She's out of any threat of submissions for the time being. But Yar is resetting here. I'm not sure what she has in store.
Going for a deep half guard, now looking to shift out for an underhook escape.
Hard elbows there.
Elbows here. These are good from Li.
Li scoring there with those heavy elbows from this half guard top position. Still over a minute remaining in this second round.
Nice heavy punches here from
stiff
Li
straight
Shan.
punches. from Li Xuan. She's got to be careful though. Don't lose respect for the submission threat of Yar.
Heavy punches here from Li Xuan. Starting to smash the Russian here. Heavy hammer fist.
This is a bad spot for Yar.
Yar needs to.
Yar again going for a leg submission perhaps.
Can she make that leg straight? She's looking to.
The referee looking to stop this fight perhaps. Yan needs to be careful. The referee looking concerned here as the hammer fists continue to fall from Li to Yan's head. Look at that. Li's got Yan's arm pinned down there. Yan looking to threaten that triangle again. As the clock ticks down, it looks like we're going to see a third round, Woody. A better round for Li this time. I think it's 1-1. It all boils down to who does the most in the final round.
Не садится. Возьми. Дай капу, дай. Нету? Давай, мне давай капу. Попей сама, что хочешь. Что хочешь, попей сама.
If it's pure grappling, she can go for days. There she is, shooting that single leg. And almost like she pulls guard, falls over into a half guard. Third and final round. Can Li Xuan keep this fight standing? If I was in a corner, that's what I'll tell her to do.
The first and second rounds went to the ground quickly with limited, maybe even no damage. There's a beautiful time shot from Yar, and you gotta believe Li was expecting it.
A nice sprawl from Li. Can she break the grip there?
The fight goes to the ground. Not perhaps the way Yar wanted it to be, but I'm sure she prefers this position than to the standing position.
Back in close guard. She's using the wall. It's just interesting for me that Yar is so willing to play from the guard. She's not really tried very hard to go for sweeps or to work up to go to the top position or to run around to the back, you know. I don't want to, I mean, she could pull out a submission now, but as the levels go up in MMA, pure jiu-jitsu off your back becomes very difficult when the opponent's grappling is also good. This is MMA after all, and your opponents will defend and punch your face into the mat.
Solid top control here from Li, not giving Yar the space she needs to threaten submissions. And a short elbow there from Li. That's where she scored most of her points in the second round.
She can keep doing that. I don't know why she's not dropping more elbows. The referee already warned earlier in the second round. I think gave 2 verbal warnings, almost stopping the fight.
The action unfolding right point blank in front of Yar's corner. Instructions coming to her now, perhaps suggesting this triangle attempt. Remember how close she came in the first round to sinking in that triangle.
Yes. And you know, somebody with this flexible guard, I mean, she can pull out those triangles and arm bars from really awkward positions.
Referee bringing a stop to the action. Both fighters will come back to their feet.
Oh, I like that. That was a good call by the referee.
Well, I noticed during the break, we noticed that Yar was a bit exhausted, but look at Li. She looks beat too. She looks super tired. Beautiful sprawl there from Li. This time choosing to disengage and bring the action to the feet. Stiff jab from Lee.
Both these girls looking pretty exhausted. Nice kick again from Lee.
Here's another takedown attempt from Yar. Sits down there
nice
into
elbows.
the half guard. Hard strikes there from Lee on top, looking for the finish.
This is what Lee needs to do if she wants to steal this round. Well, I say steal. I think she is leading in this round.
What's on Yar's mind here? Looking for a transition to a more helpful position. More elbows to the ribs there from Lee.
He's telling the ref, no, she hit the top button, but actually that's also illegal. Cannot hit the top back part of the head. Hitting the thigh there with those little short elbows. Now she's looking as if she's going for a career of her own.
Li Yishuan stepping on the gas a little bit here, looking to score as many points as she can here in this final round.
Oh, she might be setting up an Americana there. Yar has that locked down, but Lee doesn't really care about it.
The clock ticking, running down now. Let's see how the judges scored. I believe they will score this 2 rounds to 1 for Li Yishuan. We'll see in a moment the official decision.
I didn't think that was going to see the 3 rounds, but the grappling canceled out each other. Look at some of the highlights there. Li Yishuan always staying on top. There was that triangle in the first round, which was quite threatening, but managed to keep top position in almost all the exchanges, did Li Yishuan.
接下来宣布比赛结果：1号裁判30比27 ，Judge Number 1 32-27；2号裁判30比27 ，Judge Number 2 32-27；3号裁判30比27 ，Judge Number 3 32-27。本场比赛3位裁判一致判定红方胜。For the winner, by unanimous decision, win by point, presenting China. The red corner, Li Yishuan. 接下来，掌声请出颁奖嘉宾，老庙黄金人民南路店总经理黄国卫先生。感谢颁奖嘉宾，感谢双方选手，谢谢。接下来的时间马上开启今天晚上最后一场的复赛。
Now it's time for the fourth fight of the evening. Making his way to the cage now from the blue corner, it's Yabu, hailing from the Sichuan province. He now lives and trains in sunny Pattaya, Thailand at Sunkin International Fight Club. The 22-year-old brings a wrestling face into his JCK debut. Yabu making his JCK debut tonight with a record of 4-1, with another 2 undocumented wins on top of that. So many great fighters come from the Liangshan region of Sichuan, as one half of tonight's main event, Jimuwusha does. Yabu trains alongside other JCK stars like tournament champion Wang Jijeng and Lucas Liu.
Yeah, we see there in his corner as well, he's got
Zhao Guoan, right?
Zhao Guoan, yes.
Very interested to see. I've heard great things about Yabu. Looking forward to watching him now in his JCK debut.
And there is his opponent for tonight, Abdullah Daimu. He was born and raised in Xinjiang, 27 years old. Abdullah Daimu, or Xiaohei as he is known to his friends, is a veteran of JCK and has fought the who's who of the division. He is very athletic and super strong. However, his biggest challenge has always seemed to be his mental game. When he does show up and performs in a relaxed state of mind, he's incredibly dangerous with his powerful striking and dangerous submission game, especially that powerful left hook of his. Also, inside and outside of the cage, he is an absolute class. He's a gentleman, respectful towards his opponent, always smiling, very friendly. But I'm telling you, if he can perform to his ability, to his fullest capability, we are in for a treat, and we'll have an amazing show. His biggest criticism is just not being consistent, and I hope tonight will be one of his best performances.
Let's look at the tail of the tape. We see Yabu enjoys a slight reach advantage tonight.
本场 JCK MMA Fight Night 男子雏量级的复赛争夺，南方选手身高174公分，臂展175厘米，体重61.50公斤，年龄22岁，来自于青岛新疆国际搏击俱乐部 ，MMA 综合格斗战绩5战4胜1负。那么今天晚上是 JCK 战决城的首秀，他就是南方选手连加耶布。本场比赛，红方选手身高170公分，臂展171厘米，体重61.40公斤，年龄27岁，来自于辽宁鞍山全会搏击俱乐部 ，MMA 综合格斗战绩20战13胜7负 ，JCK 战决城战绩8战3胜5负，他就是阿卜杜拉达伊木。本场比赛场上裁判王金刚。
Watch the back hand. Watch your finger. Watch your lockdown. They touch back. Good luck. Judge. Time. Ready? Fight.
Yabu in the blue corner and Daimu in the red. Fast inside kick there from Daimu to kick things off.
Answered by one of his own from Yabu. So far, it's been all kicks in the
opening seconds of this fight. There's a stiff jab there from Yabu.
Another calf kick from Daimu. Inside kick from Daimu. Look at the pressure of Yabu.
Beautiful chopping calf kick there from Daimu.
Look at Lianjia, he's like always standing right in front of Daimu, putting so much mental pressure on him, cutting him off. Beautiful 1-2.
Nice wrestling defense there from Daimu.
You know, Daimu, they train at Anshan Quanhui Fight Club, and they have two coaches that are both former Chinese national champion wrestlers, and one of the coaches is still the active coach for the wrestling team in Anshan, and they actually train, I think, once a week. Their whole pro team trains with the active wrestlers of that province. Anshan, and also sometimes they travel to Shenyang to travel with the provincial team. But of course, this is MMA.
Yabu, of course, bringing his wrestling base to this MMA fight, making it difficult for Daimu here against the cage wall. Beautiful work from Yabu to bring this fight to the ground. Directly landing inside control here. Daimu on the bottom here, looking for a way out of this poor position.
Yabu very calm, very tight, not giving much space. It looks like, you know, if you look at the two physically, it looks like Daimu has a huge power advantage. But right now, it's Yabu who's smothering him. Working the body with some short elbows. And there is Daimu trying to recover guard, and he sits up. Changes to the back.
Yabu slaps on, looks for, that was a beautiful technique. Threatened the suplex and then switched his grip to the rear naked choke. But Daimu did well to evade that submission. He's back to his feet now, but he's not out of deep water yet. Yabu looking for another takedown. And it's Daimu who ends up on top, but he loses control. Both fighters back to their feet. Yabu comes out swinging.
And so much pressure, not allowing Daimu to stabilize, and now he's got Daimu's back pressed up against the cage wall, and it's Yabu. Beautiful technique here from Yabu. Nice knee to the face there.
Nearing the final 1 minute mark of this opening first round.
Big.
Oh, Daimu looking to slide in a guillotine there. Yabu defends it, and he looks for a takedown. He's got Daimu airborne temporarily, but then sits back, gets the trip, and he's back on top.
Man, I'm impressed by this kid, Yabu. His all-round game and just his decision-making is so mature. Only 22 years old. And look at how he's just a class. He's such a high-level fighter. He's got that leg drag position over there.
Daimu doing a great job of tying up the right arm, the power arm of Yabu, but Yabu finding a home with his left hand there just a few moments ago. We'll see a second round. Both fighters have time to sit down, talk to their coaches, and regroup, come up with a new plan for the second round.
What do you say to Daimu?
Right now, 非常好，非常好。
Look how calm he is.
Some of the highlights from that opening round. Beautiful cross there from Yabu. Then there was that takedown number 1 or takedown number 2? I can't remember.
I also can't remember, but man, he chain wrestled so well. And this is where he went for that rear naked choke.
That was slick.
Yeah.
Kudos to Daimu for getting out of that.
And a nice little attempt. He had a nice little reversal here, but you know, couldn't keep his opponent down there.
Ready? Fight!
Round 2. And it's back to Yabu putting on the pressure.
Beautiful push kick to the face from Yabu. Daimu answering with a calf kick. Oi. He's hurt from that TKO. What's happened to Daimu? He seems to have hurt his ankle, perhaps. Has he broken his ankle? I didn't even see how that happened. Did he break it when he threw a kick, perhaps?
Maybe his knee.
We're gonna have to look at the replay for that. Our first finish of the night.
I have no idea what happened there. He threw that kick, then it felt like when he tried to place the weight on his leg, he immediately showed that he's uncomfortable. Yabu celebrates his win. Not exactly the way that a fighter wants to win, but a win is a win. Let's have a look. He put his weight on it and then the leg just gives in.
I wonder what happened there. Does he have a cramp perhaps or what? He's standing now, but he's not.
No, he's standing on one leg. He's not putting the foot. Is it the ankle or is it the knee? I really hope it's not serious. I hope that he didn't tear like a ligament or something. Hopefully just minor injury, but he's a pretty tough kid and I hate to say it, but probably it will be serious. Let's hope he recovers.
接下来宣布比赛结果。本场男子 MMA 综合格斗规则除量级比赛的最终结果为：来自于中国的蓝方选手Yabu第2回合22秒 TKO Wusha。The winner is blue corner, win by technical knockout。接下来掌声请出颁奖嘉宾 JCK 战绝城国际推广人马彬先生。 感谢颁奖嘉宾，感谢双方选手，谢谢。接下来，我们共同开启今天晚上正赛环节的比赛。蓝方选手Shainidze来自于格鲁吉亚，拥有6战全胜的职业战绩。 他的对手李金波来自于哈尔滨龙云综合格斗俱乐部，年仅21岁，拥有出色的终结能力。目前 JCK 战绝城3连胜，2位选手谁能捍卫自己的连胜战绩？比赛即将开战。
我是李金波，来自龙云格斗。
那么对于一个20岁的小将来说的话，在 JCK 达到3连胜，
起步的点就很高啊。
没错，没错。
是的，我看到他的战绩了。 6-0不败嘛，他们是。
გამარჯობა, მე ვარ გუჩა Shainidze, საქართველოსდან. წარმოგიდგენთ ბათუმის საბრძოლო აკადემიას. მე ვარ დაუმარცხებელი მებრძოლი, ჩემი რეკორდი არის 6 მოგვიანებული წაგება. აქედან მაქვს 4 რაუნდის, პირველი რაუნდის ფინიში. ჩემი ძირითადი სტილი არის MMA, ამ სპორტით დავიწყე მე MMA სამყაროში შემოსვლა. მაგრამ ბრძოლის დროს უფრო დიდ ყურადღებას აქცევ ჭიდაობას.
我反而比较期待这种不败的选手，我倒要看看这个国外的不败选手到底有多强。
确实，李金波也是龙云战队当中比较少见的这种快速的打击系选手。
მე არ გვაქვს ჩემს მოწინააღმდეგეს ყურადღებას, თუ ვინ დგას ჩემ წინ, თავარი არის მე რა გავაკეთე დარბაზში, როგორ დავიხარჯე და როგორ ვარ მზად.
我的比赛绝对不会让你们失望，绝对是精彩的。
还是要先控制，就像柔术当中所说的，只要你的位置到了，
进去了，
降服也会到的，
已经进去了，拍了，结束比赛。
我不管你是几杠0，到了中国，我会让你看到我们中国 MMA 新生代的实力。
The main card begins now, making his way to the cage for his JCK debut. It's the undefeated Georgian fighter, Gocha Shainidze, also known as the Nightmare, representing Batumi Fight Academy in Georgia. Gocha Shainidze believes he is above the level of all the bantamweights, and that cocky attitude is backed up with that undefeated 6-0 record. Gocha Shainidze has terrorized the GFC promotion overseas, destroying every opponent in his wake, with 4 of his 6 wins being first-round finishes. We expect big things from the Nightmare tonight here in his JCK debut. Yesterday at the weigh-ins, anyone who was watching will remember what he said after tonight's performance. JCK will bring him back for a main event fight.
Well, let's see what he has to show in the cage. When we interviewed him backstage in the warm-up area, his team was super confident, telling us, don't forget. At the end of the fight, you'll be shouting, and still undefeated. So let's see if he can live up to his confidence. But I'm excited, and a lot of talent coming out of that small country in the last few years. And his opponent, Li Jingbo, this Shandong native, is only 21 years old. One of the biggest prospects we have had on our radar the last 2 years. His only loss was against Abdullah, who we just saw via Americana in 2023. And at that time, Li Jingbo was only 18 years old, and he fought an opponent with 13 fights experience at the time. Now, he is a maturing fighter, and he is very, very talented. He trains at the very strong Longyun MMA club, but he is the prodigy of Chang, who we see right there wearing the white shirt, and Chang could be argued as the GOAT of the flyweight division in Chinese MMA, with an amazing skill set. But not only has Chang taught Li Jingbo all or many of his skills, but Li himself is the type of fighter who shines in the cage and looks like he was born to perform under the lights. Definitely a fighter on my short list to become a star. Vaughn, I love watching this kid fight. He's very confident, but man, does he have the tools to back it up. Arguably the biggest test he's faced in his career, standing in front of him, fighting an undefeated 6-0 fighter. But let's see how this goes.
Checking the tail of the tape here, we see that Georgia's Shainidze enjoys the reach advantage in this one.
本场 JCK MMA Fight Night 男子雏量级的正赛较量，蓝毛选手身高176公分，臂展182厘米，体重61.40公斤，年龄22岁，来自于 Batumi Fight Academy MMA 综合格斗战绩6战全胜。那么今天晚上是 JCK 战决城的首秀。Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the blue corner from Batumi, Georgia, I give you Wusha, the Nightmare Shainidze。与他对阵的红方选手身高173公分，臂展174厘米，体重61.30公斤，年龄21岁，来自于哈尔滨龙云综合格斗俱乐部 ，MMA 综合格斗战绩6战5胜1负 ，JCK 战决城战绩6战5胜1负，他就是来自于我们中国的红方选手李金波。今天晚上比赛非常荣幸地邀请到了国内著名的擂台解说专家侯宇老师和刘聪老师，他们两位将在现场为大家带来今天晚上比赛的直播评述。同时，英文解说的部分非常高兴邀请到了著名的综合格斗运动员、教练员，同时也是赛事评论员的 Von Anderson 和 Woody Parketer 进行现场的呈现。Welcome！ 同时还要特别感谢颜值有礼赵岩老师的鼎力相助。本场比赛场上裁判 Thomas Fa。
Judge, time. Go back, get back. You ready? You ready? Fight!
Shainidze in the blue and Lee in the red. Lee not wanting to touch gloves.
Beautifully timed shot there. The fight gets to the ground right away. That's what the Nightmare Shainidze wanted. You know it.
He's got a very strong body lock there. Holding onto the hips of Lee. Lee pushing him off.
Jimuwusha not making it easy for Shainidze to control him here on the ground. Shainidze opening up with some short punches to the ribs there with his right hand. Lee able to sink in one butterfly hook. What's he gonna do with it?
Very strong top control and good balance here from Shainidze. Pushing Lee all the way to the cage wall.
It must be said that both fighters have had 6 fights. Of course, Shainidze is undefeated, but Lee Jimuwusha is 5-1. They have almost an identical record.
Both these guys very young, but you know, Father, you got to say that the Georgian does look a lot more mature. Nice wrestling here. Look at that.
Beautiful gut wrench here.
How heavy he is on Lee Jimuwusha.
There's a knee from the Nightmare. Another one, and another one.
3 knees, looked for that leg reap. Relentless wrestling here from the Georgian.
Longyum MMA has fought once already tonight. That was a decision loss in our opening round. Lee Jimuwusha hoping to even up the scorecard here for the team. So far, it's been all Shainidze.
Look at this, looking for a standing arm triangle. No ways. This is something we see very rarely. He's starting to squeeze it tighter. Lee Jimuwusha does fight out of it.
That was sneaky. Good work from Lee to get out, break free from that submission attempt, and keep on his feet. This is world-class wrestling here from Georgia, putting on the pressure on Lee.
And he's not allowing him the space to get out and use his striking. Lee's also doing really good here. He's not done too much wrong. It was just that very, very good timed double leg in the beginning that set things off. But since then, it's just been so much pressure from Shainidze.
Shainidze peppering with a knee to the face there, and before that, a knee to the thigh, making it difficult for Lee to know where the knees are going to come from. Shainidze digging in there and gets Lee to the ground. Beautiful takedown. Is he going to be able to hold him down, though?
Steps over. Again, back to that gut wrench.
Lee back to his feet, but still in a tough spot here.
Another knee to the head.
Another one. And another one.
Just a few of those actually touching Lee Jinbo's face.
Shainidze gets the fight to the ground again.
And you got, oh, nice. He's got those legs locked up here. Got the Dagestan handcuff there.
Beautiful work there from Shainidze. This is a bad spot, but Lee's able to break free from that leg triangle. And he's back to his feet. Eats another knee, though, to the face. Shainidze not giving Lee an inch of space to breathe.
So much pressure from Shainidze.
Shainidze, another knee there to the inside of the calf, the thigh, rather.
You know, how much pressure is Shainidze doing? Because Lee Jinbo is just not able to circle out. You want to see him circle out a little bit more. Nice short punches here from Shainidze now. 44 seconds left in the first round. Another knee. His best weapon is that gut-wrench knee to face from Shainidze.
Although Lee Jinbo has eaten several knees to the face, he looks fairly okay.
He also doesn't look too exhausted. He's looks to be pretty calm. Starts circling out now. That punch looked a little bit to the back of the head. But the power of the Georgian fighter. 10 seconds left.
You saw earlier there when Lee went for a thigh pry and it just did not even budge. Gocha Shainidze, world-class wrestling on display. You got to give that round to the Georgian.
Man, strong wrestling shown here by Shainidze. How much talent is coming out of that small country? No, it's not a very big country. I was told, a friend of mine invited me, he said, let's have a look at some of the highlights.
Beautifully timed, level change, leading to a takedown. Got to give it, though, to Lee for making it very difficult for Shainidze. A lesser opponent probably would have tapped here in this position. But it was all Shainidze in that first round.
Seconds out. Ready? Fight!
Round two.
This time, Shainidze's not offering to touch gloves. We saw what happened when he attempted the sportsman-like gesture in round one.
Nice hands from Lee Jinbo, but how long before Shainidze is going to double leg?
Stiff jab, swap from both fighters. There's a beautiful hook there from Lee Jinbo. A level change, a shot, and a beautiful sprawl from Lee Jinbo.
Lee Jinbo just not able to get him off him. He needs to create space.
Shainidze continues to chain together his attacks. Now he's got a high crotch grip there against the cage wall.
Is Lee Jinbo going to be able to cinch it? Looks like he's threatening with a ninja choke there, but not anymore. And it's Shainidze just dragging him down. The wrestling of Shainidze just relentless, and that gut wrench grip seems like it's unbreakable.
You got to believe there's a knee to the face coming soon. There it is.
And it was the other knee.
This was how the majority of round one played out. Not much has changed here, at least so far in this second round. Again, Shainidze being able to ground Lee.
He's got his leg locked.
And maintain the smothering control. It's really incredible, I think, to watch Shainidze work without letting go of that body lock grip.
It's just
all the movements focused on the legs and hips.
He's so good at controlling, man. An absolute master wrestler we're seeing here. another pick up and body drop. Lee puts his hand on the wall but didn't hold the wall, the cage wall. Shainidze shelving that right leg of Lee. Very difficult to stand up with the leg shelved like that. The corner of Li Jinbo, we see them there. The head coach, Jiang Laoshi right there. We see him in the bottom corner of the picture here. And then his mentor, Shang Jifa, right next to him. But it's all Shainidze so far in this fight.
Uppercuts there. Lee able to get to his feet, but Shainidze stuck to him like glue. There's that body lock. There's the knees to the face and ribs. Outside trip attempt. Lee doing a great job of maintaining his balance. There's a knee to the stomach, though. Shainidze lowering his grip, getting the takedown yet again.
So relentless. And this stuff is just breaks your will. And kudos to Lee, just not allowing Shainidze, he gets taken down, but he's not allowing Shainidze to, you know, further his position and get close to submissions. But how low can he swim in this deep water of Georgian wrestling? Shainidze now in side control. Moving to full mount. This is bad for Lee.
Now Shainidze is getting off some hard ground and pound, scoring here with some punches. Li Jinbo in a bad situation here. He's doing okay defending and kind of hiding his face, but it's only a matter of time until Shainidze gets him pinned like he has now. Look at that.
Heavy punches. He is defending and trying to get up.
Beautiful attacks there from Shainidze. Hooks and knees to the face. You gotta wonder how much damage Li Jinbo can take. Still though, you must congratulate Lee for his efforts. The fight's not over yet, but still to stay calm under that kind of a ground and pound assault is impressive.
Tenacious is what Shainidze is. Just doesn't let off, biting deep. And once he touches you, it feels like he's glue. Cannot get him off you. Well done, Shainidze, in another really well dominant round in round 2.
You have to wonder what Yeah, he's not even, like, his hair's not even sweaty. There's some of the action, hard knees to the face, then the mount position where Shainidze was able to score several hard punches there before Lee was able to get out of that tough spot.
What can Li Jinbo do? Or is Shainidze going to get the takedown again?
Get back. Ready? Fight!
Final round begins. You gotta believe Shainidze is well up, 2 rounds to none. Li Jinbo needs a finish here if he wants to go home a winner tonight.
See, I think Li Jinbo just getting a little bit caught there like a rabbit in the headlights. He should be circling now. Can he get up? Can he create space?
The dominance of Shainidze grew from round 1 to round 2. If this continues, we might see a Shainidze finish here in this 3rd round.
So much control. Stacking that leg again, shelving it up. This is really high-level stuff we're seeing here from the Georgian.
Look at that. Look at Li Jimuwusha using that butterfly hook for an elevator sweep, and Shainidze just kind of walking over it towards the mount position.
Looks like he's time to look for the guillotine. Is he going to try to connect those hands? No.
Looking now for the back. Shainidze with a great body lock here. Another knee to the ribs. He's waiting for it. There it is. Knee to the face. Li Jimuwusha just does not have an answer for this level of wrestling.
Also, he's not really tried to go for a guillotine. We see here Shainidze telling him to look for the guillotine.
This sequence of events has played out several times here already in this fight. Shainidze just has the recipe for success in this fight. Li Jimuwusha needs to try something else.
That was a heavy knee. Another knee. Those knees are starting to find home.
Nearing the halfway point in this final round, and again, Shainidze brings the fight to the ground. Referee Thomas Fan looking on carefully.
2.5 minutes left. Li Jimuwusha is looking for Kimura there.
It's a smart move. He's got to come up with something big if he wants to win this fight.
Just the control from Shainidze, so high level.
Again, Shainidze picks up Li Jimuwusha, puts him on his butt. And he's got the legs wrapped up, I believe.
Yep.
Hard to see from where we're sitting.
He had one leg there for a moment.
Shainidze peppering with punches there. And that short amount of space allowed Li to get back to his feet, but again, Shainidze is on him like glue, sticking him against the cage wall, looking for a takedown. He gets it.
Now, Li looking for Kimura, but doesn't have the legs of Shainidze. Does he have those groups connected?
Final minute of this fight. It's been all Shainidze, and when I say all,
it really has been all.
It's a very one-sided fight so far for the first 14 minutes. What can Li do here to turn the table around?
Another drag down to the bottom. Li Jimuwusha really not having an answer for this elite level wrestling. What an impressive, you know, what an impressive performance here from the Georgian.
The final seconds of this fight here. Relentless Shainidze continues this wrestling grind. We'll go to the judges' scorecards, but it should be obvious. Shainidze will walk away with a unanimous decision, easily winning all 3 rounds in this fight. If you ask me, we'll get the official decision soon.
Not the most entertaining, but arguably the most dominant fight we've had tonight. I like it when they swing for the fences, but just totally outclassing Li Jimuwusha in my opinion. But might be the best lesson for Li Jimuwusha going on with his career. He'll have to go home, go have a look at the plans and upgrade his game. And JCK welcomes the Georgian Shainidze.
Fighters. Fighters.
接下来宣布比赛结果：1号裁判27比30 ，Judge Number 1 27 to 30；2号裁判27比30 ，Judge Number 2 27 to 30；3号裁判27比30 ，Judge Number 3 27 to 30。本场比赛3位裁判一致性判定蓝方胜。For the winner, by unanimous decision, win by point, presenting Georgia, the blue corner, Gota Nightmare Shainidze. 接下来的时间将为大家带来的是本年度首场中量级的比赛交锋。蓝方选手达尼尔·努尔波利来自于河北顽石功夫格斗俱乐部，时隔3年重返 JCK 战绝城的擂台。他对手胡耀宗来自于青岛新疆国际搏击俱乐部，曾经获得2023年亚洲综合格斗锦标赛的冠军。本场比赛中量级对决，谁能够赢下最后的胜利？接下来2位选手即将展开交锋。
我距离上一次打84应该得有好几年了，我现在感觉自己状态非常好。
Hu Yaozong, champion of modern MMA. The blue corner.
所有运动员来 JCK 目标都是一样，腰带100万，我也不是一个例外。
努尔波利。
接到通知跟胡耀宗打的时候，我非常兴奋，然后迫不及待的去练了一场。达尼尔之前也打过裸拳，风格也非常强硬，我的风格呢也是非常强硬，所以 JCK 把我们安排在一起，还是很有看点。这场比赛肯定会是一个非常精彩的比赛，让我们在今天晚上拿出百分百的实力来切磋一下。
Now it's time for a middleweight fight. You heard the news a few months ago. JCK is opening up a middleweight division, and it could lead to a $1 million Renminbi tournament as well. Only time will tell. Now making his way to the cage now from the blue corner, it is China's first ever bare knuckle boxer, Daniel Nuerboili. Hailing from Yili in the Xinjiang region, where so many JCK fighters and champions come from. Just 26 years of age, he lives in Hubei, training at Wanshi Kung Fu Fight Club. We've already seen his teammate Gao Huanjun win earlier tonight. Daniel has a tough match ahead of him tonight, but he is no stranger to tough opponents. Daniel Nuerboili has fought UFC Shailan and 2 JCK champs, which he took both to decisions. Daniel has lost his last 2 MMA fights since his last win, which came by rear naked choke in 2023. That was 1 of 5 submission wins on his documented record. Who knows how many wins he has in smaller undocumented fights. Will he put his grappling to good work tonight? I recommend he fight this one out on the ground, but only time will tell what he's planned for tonight. Final preparations now as Daniel Nuerboili gets ready for this, his first fight of 2024. He's also moved up in weight. He was never a middleweight.
He actually fought at lightweight before. So, but maybe maybe he's grown in power. A lot of fighters do much better when they move up in the weight divisions.
Well, he definitely looks like a middleweight.
And walking out of the red corner is his opponent, Hu Yaozong. He has two fight names, the Phantom Blade or Totoro. Personally, I love the latter, as it's the name of a character in a famous Japanese cartoon I grew up watching. And at 1 meter, 91 centimeters tall, he is a big boy for this division. He trains at Tiger Muay Thai in Phuket. And living and training there will have given him the opportunity to train with many of the world's elite fighters. So many international fighters pass through there for their training camps, and it's a great place to have high-level sparring because you have no idea who will show up on the mats on any given day. He fought internationally before, and he must be very excited to be back on home turf. Let's see how he does under the JCK banner. It feels like he is not... I don't know, he's got the whole Sun King team with him today. Maybe he's made the move to Sun King. I've seen him in some of the Sun King media. Maybe he's not at Tiger Muay Thai anymore. I think he's moved to Sun King if I look at his team.
Now both these fighters weighed in at 84 kilograms, but you can see the body composition is quite a bit different.
Yeah, the size difference between these two guys is formidable.
What's not listed here on the tail of the tape is body fat percentage. In that category, who wins hands down?
Me.
本场 JCK MMA Fight Night 男子中量级的比赛争夺。蓝帽选手身高182公分，臂展185厘米，体重84.50公斤，年龄26岁，来自于河北顽石功夫格斗俱乐部 ，MMA 综合格斗战绩13战6胜7负 ，JCK 战决胜战绩3战1胜2负，他就是中国裸拳第一人 Daniel 努尔不列。 与他对阵的红方选手身高194公分，臂展185厘米，体重84.40公斤，年龄30岁，来自于青岛新疆国际搏击俱乐部 ，MMA 综合格斗战绩6战3胜3负。那么今天晚上是他的 JCK 战决城的首秀，他就是 Shadow Blade 宗皇虎耀宗。 本场比赛场上裁判2名。
开始。OK。Judge, time. Ready, fight.
Daniel in the blue and Hu in the red.
Two powerful middleweights squaring off in the center of the cage. Don't blink, folks. I got a feeling there's gonna be an unconscious body on the canvas any second now.
And it's Daniel putting on the pressure.
Daniel marching forward, looking for punches to the face, to the head. Beautiful hook there from Daniel. A calf kick from Hu. I think that Hu would be wise to keep his hands up and look to strike the body and head. Forget about the legs. You might get knocked out. Daniel looking to wrestle his way out of trouble here. Hu looking to grab control of the back. He's doing a good job here. Trying to take Daniel out of his striking element and grapple here.
Yeah, Hu looks to be like he can physically bully Daniel over here. Definitely does seem
ridiculously strong.
Well, much bigger than his opponent. And Daniel there with his leg straightened out. This is not good for him. His leg is stuck there. And Hu's sitting right on that knee. Definitely uncomfortable for Daniel. He'll have to turn. Yep, that's what he's got to do. Daniel looking for the takedown himself.
Good work by Daniel to get back to his feet. They disengage. This is where Daniel has the best chance of winning. Stiff jab there from Daniel. Both fighters swapping punches. Daniel throws a flurry, but he eats a punch and he backs up.
Nice low kick from Hu. Daniel really doesn't respect his opponent, which I like to see. Not backing off from the bigger fighter.
Oh, nice elbow there. Calf kicks there from Hu.
Another nice calf kick, yes.
Beautifully done, beautifully timed. Daniel taking a page out of his opponent's book. Beautiful hook there from Daniel, landing flush on the chin. Hu answers back with some straight punches, then works the body.
But Hu's already seems to be a little bit fatigued. How's that possible? How much did he cut? Maybe he's feeling the cut.
Oh my God!
Big
Daniel
uppercut.
Landing some heavy blows there to the face. Hu momentarily in a really bad spot. Is he going to be able to survive this first round? Still more than 2 minutes left. Daniel scoring big there.
A big uppercut forward with the left hook.
Don't judge a book by its cover.
What I don't like from Hu, to be honest, he's very flat-footed. Daniel walking him down. Another same combination. Right uppercut, left hook. Beautiful calf kick from Hu.
Hard punches, straight punches there from Hu. But he looks, you're right, he looks tired. Look, his mouth's open, his hands are down. Rocked earlier in this round. Here comes Daniel on the attack. Another hook to the chin. Another calf kick. Daniel needs to be careful. He's not defending those calf kicks. He's hitting them all. It's only a matter of time until the pain accumulates and he's unable to walk.
Daniel goes knee through the middle. Another calf kick from Hu.
Hooks there from Daniel. He's looking to knock out Hu. Hu looks exhausted. Hu looking for the back now. Good technique there from Hu.
1 minute left. This is not where Daniel wants to be.
Not a good move to put both hands on the ground like that. He could get caught in a choke. He could just eat a bunch of hooks. Hu cautiously approaching, being smart to manage the control well. Look at that somersault escape attempt from Daniel. Somehow it works, and he's back to his feet. They disengage. Hu working the body. Daniel with a combination, including uppercuts and hooks. There's another calf kick from Hu. They're slugging it out. 20 seconds.
Look at this between these two big boys, Vaughn. Who would have thought this is how it's going? What an exciting first round. Some words between the two. Another calf kick.
That's the end of the first round. How do you score, Woody? It's a tough one to score.
I actually think, because he rocked him so hard, I would give that to Daniel.
You got to give him some style points for that somersault. What a surprise. Here's a look at some of the highlights. Daniel here on the attack. There's Hu catches him clean in the chin. Daniel not phased. Brutal uppercut there. Follows up with a hook that lands.
Daniel has a chin on him.
Definitely.
Let's go.
Round two. Daniel
Touch of gloves, and Daniel walks forward.
Now he's keeping his left leg up a lot.
On the back step. Beautiful combination of straight punches there from Hu. Daniel just eats it and walks forward again. Here he is on the attack. They engage in this clinch here against the cage wall, closer to Daniel's corner.
Nice knee.
Calls from the referee to watch. Don't grab the cage. Daniel disengages, pushes back. I think that's a smart choice.
Some body punches for both these guys would go a long way. Do some body work, I think, is both these guys. Oh, nice.
Hook cross combination there. I'd like to see Daniel push off, disengage, and keep firing those bombs.
A lot of those punches finding home on the face. Look at Daniel. Defends the takedown. Nice knee through the middle. Another 1-2. Lands on the chin of Hu.
Both fighters swapping bombs here. It's a brawl here. Daniel pushing forward, Hu stepping backwards.
Big punch, but didn't look to land clean.
I think the response from Hu's corner was a bit exaggerated also. Daniel.
Oh, big right cross. Lands on the face of Hu.
I think that Daniel could have won this fight already if he would just avoid these clinches against the cage wall. They're not helping him. 3 minutes remaining in this second round. Both fighters swapping knees to the guts there. Daniel doing a good job of controlling Hu against the cage wall. Hu is the one who disengages now.
And but Hu is fighting going backwards so often. Another low kick.
Daniel cutting the angle. There's a cross that lands.
Both these guys exchange.
Beautiful hook. Daniel smells blood.
Oh, another one.
Boom. Here comes Daniel. Hu firing back with some punches of his own. They disengage again. Look at the focus in the eyes of Daniel. He wants the finish.
Another calf kick from Hu. Another exchange there where Daniel finds the chin.
It's all about the chin, Woody. You know, Hu is landing hard, heavy, accurate punches, as is Daniel, but Daniel just doesn't respond the same way. He walks through those punches, he doesn't get rocked. Both fighters swapping blows here. Hu's face is puffy. He's taken an accumulation of damage, shots to the face there. You gotta believe the power of Daniel is at next level.
A nice low kick from Hu again. That's what I think we should see more. Nice stiff jabs, working the body, working the face. Now it's Hu giving a jab of his own.
Just the second round now. Still over a minute remaining in this second round. Still another round to go, potentially, if no one gets knocked out or submitted.
Oh, another big right hand.
It is just so much fun.
Such
I just
watching
in amazement as Daniel just eats these heavy bombs with no expression on his face. Meanwhile, Hu eating the same number of punches, but he's just doing so much worse in handling those punches.
3 nice stiff jabs from Hu.
Still anyone's fight.
Another stiff jab. Now Hu's jab is doing a lot of work for him.
A jab there from Daniel. Again, Hu going to the calf. You've got to believe Daniel's leg is going to hurt tomorrow.
Another uppercut attempt from Daniel. Now is Hu putting on the pressure. Daniel walking back. Nice inside kick there.
The accumulation of damage on the face of who is obvious. Less obvious is the damage to Daniel, but still, you gotta believe he's taking some tough punches from who in this fight. Not to mention all those shots, those calf kicks.
Who you got so far?
I think Daniel is got to be up. Look at the replays here. Daniel on the attack. There's a calf kick from who. But Daniel just swarming here with these hard punches. Kaboom! Clocking who in the jaw.
Oh, so many of those punches finding hope.
Well, I gotta say, you haven't asked, Woody, but if you were to ask what I would say to who in the corner, you've smashed Daniel several times in the face. He's not fazed by that. Work the body. Work the body, who. That's this is the round to do it in.
I think both of them need to work the body.
Hard straights from Daniel. Daniel throws that side kick.
Oh, almost.
There he is, Daniel, working the body.
A nice 1-2. Nice stiff jab.
There's a jab that snaps Daniel's face back.
Now we see Hu walking forward and Daniel shooting.
What a strange strategy there. This could cost Daniel badly here. An easy sprawl for Hu. He's looking for a submission here. You got to believe this is where Hu is stronger.
Well, we don't know. We haven't seen much of Hu. There he is, locking down.
Plenty of time left on the clock. How's Daniel gonna somersault out of this position?
Oh, nice grip there from Hu.
Daniel looking to put his back flat on the mat, perhaps, and try to find a way out of this compromising position.
You see, that leg is locked down tight.
Daniel looking to threaten this Kimura here. Hu fighting as best he can, transitioning to the north-south position.
Yeah, once he's been north-south position, that Americana is not really a threat anymore. Running around. Heavy pressure here from Hu.
Transitioning to the back here. This is a chance for Hu. Daniel just trying to stand up from this position. He's walking, crawling, towards the cage wall, looking perhaps to use the cage to help him get to his feet. He must regret that takedown attempt. It's cost him this bad position. Hu dragging Daniel to the ground.
Look for the Kimura again. Now he's going to get counter Kimura. That's one. Oh! This should be a finish, in my opinion. Is Daniel going to tap? Or he might break his arm if he doesn't tap. Oh my goodness! Almost rips his arm off.
Well. The moral of the story, perhaps, with this outcome: stay in the gym. Daniel Nurbolli had an amazing fight until the error in that double leg attempt.
It felt like he gassed a little bit there in the third round. Hu's fitness coming through. Fired up is Hu. Let's have a look at some of the highlights here.
Here's the finish. Hu, give credit to Daniel. He's just eating this Kimura. Look how far his hand is toward, and he's rolling in, like the way that he's rolling is making the submission tighter. That's crazy. Great work from the referee to call us.
接下来宣布比赛结果：本场男子 MMA 综合格斗规则重量级比赛的最终结果为，来自于中国的红方选手幻影之刃宗煌胡耀宗第3回合2分53秒使用木村锁降服获胜。The winner is red corner, win by Kimura Lock.
好的，我来采访一下宗煌，来采访你一下。这次首次登陆我们战略城的比赛，并且拿到了首胜，打得非常的热血，非常的有激情，有什么心得想说一下？
我首先就想感谢我的团队，新疆搏击，谢谢文哥、马嘎教练、阿力教练、俺娃教练，还有所有陪我备赛的兄弟们，还有陪我来的兄弟们，谢谢你，谢谢。
还有就是我
的对手达尼尔，非常顽强，我谢谢他。达尼尔好样的，达尼尔。
我们知道啊，这个宗煌平时你是一个特别乐观开朗的人，但是呢，你有经受过网暴。对，我想知道你在经受网暴的时候是怎么样调整好自己的心态的。
我觉得每一个人应该去追求自己喜欢的东西。但是你在追求自己喜欢的东西，肯定会遇到坎坷，这个很正常。然后我一定会让我越来越强。然后其他别人的言语我没办法控制，我只能做好我自己。
真棒，真棒！还有最后一个问题，接下来你的目标是什么？
我之前说过，跟所有的运动员都一样，来这儿就是腰带100万，就是冠军 champion。
好的。预祝你能拿到冠军。
谢谢。
好的，女士们、先生们，没事没事，我们恭喜宗煌胡耀宗。
女士们、先生们，掌声送给胡耀宗。接下来将要进行是今天晚上男子银量级的正赛交锋。蓝方选手裘吉伦州来自于恩波格斗俱乐部，银量级官方排名第9，在 JCK 战决城2场胜利均为终结获胜。他的对手杨新强来自于成都阿修罗拳王战队，银量级官方排名第8，正值3连胜当中。两位选手谁能够突出重围？下面比赛即刻开战。
新生代的代表，风格非常的硬朗。
这次比赛状态准备得很好，目标肯定是拿下一个好的开门红。这场比赛要不在第2回合结束，要不就会打满，但是拿下比赛那个人一定是我。
他的打击、他的缠斗，包括龙边、包括地面都非常棒，非常全面的选手。
漂亮漂亮！哦，
案发精神再一次在 JCK 的8角笼当中爆发了。国内综合格斗的名将藏族骑士邱了。
今年的第1场比赛也很重要，这场比赛是对我来说，对我家人、对我粉丝们都很重要的一场比赛。然后我会全力以赴，然后2025更上一层楼，得认真对待这场比赛。
很重的扫击。
新的目标，新的一天，所以为自己战，为家人而战，
把它做好，成为一个真正的6边形战士。
这场比赛相信会是一场硬汉之争，一定会迸发出非常精彩的火花。
It's time now for a flyweight scrap. Making his way to the cage now from the blue corner, the Tibetan Knight, Jimuwusha, or as he likes to be called, Choluan, hailing from Abazhou in the province of Sichuan here in China. 28 years of age and representing the famous Umbo Fight Club. Southpaw Choluan has beautiful strikes, and let's not forget he's also submitted Sambo world champion Bayundaran. He faces Yang Xingqiang tonight in a matchup I predict will be a high-paced slugfest. I do believe Choluan has an advantage in this matchup, but I only get it right about 50% of the time. Representing Sichuan, Abazhou Umbo Fight Club. He's been training in Chengdu since his early teens, where he lives at the gym, eats at the gym, trains at the gym, and they chill out just watching fights. Their whole life from morning to night is MMA and combat sports. I'm a huge fan of Choluan. I'm a huge fan of Southpaws, and I'm looking forward to watching Choluan, the Tibetan Knight, shine tonight here at JCK Fight Night 96.
Man, he's one of the coolest guys on the roster. A lot of style, very calm, very easy, very approachable, but he does carry an aura of style about him. And in my opinion, the worst thing that you can do is stand in front of this guy and play his game. He is such a smart, high IQ striker. Very tricky, very, very well-rounded skills with attacks from every angle. A few guys from their team have this same game where they can just randomly attack from the craziest angles, the craziest techniques that you cannot expect or predict. And let's see how he's going to approach this fight. I believe this fight might be the best one on the card, the best matchup. And there we see his opponent walking out of the red corner, Yang Xingqiang, the Black Mamba. He has a 3-fight win streak at the moment and has won 7 of his last 9 fights. And one of those losses was against last season's Million Army winner Lahu, and that's a loss that has aged very well. He has never been finished, but he has a 70% winning and finishing rate himself. Sorry, 70% finishing rate himself. And the Shura Kings fighters are well trained, and we've seen them with all-round skills, particularly Yang. Today he is fighting a very tricky opponent in Choluan, but we saw a very clear pathway on how to beat Choluan when Tai Xiongxiong just wrestle-rattled him in his last fight. Will that be the game plan for Yang today? I think that this is a very closely matched up fight, and I think that the small size advantage will go to Choluan because Yang is a really small flyweight. I think if there was a smaller weight class, he probably would have made the cut to the next weight. But here he is, and a very well-rounded, entertaining fighter is Yang Xingqiang. As he steps into the JCK cage again.
Looking now at the tail of the tape, and we can see how these two warriors stack up.
能巴林杰攻康桑，接下来为大家现场呈现的是藏族骑士与黑曼巴之间的热血对决。 南方选手身高170公分，臂展171厘米，体重57.50公斤，年龄28岁，来自于恩波格斗俱乐部 ，MMA 综合格斗战绩32战20胜12负 ，JCK 战决城战绩4战2胜2负，他就是他 Fight Night 不生气解读，不生气就击轮胜。本场比赛，红方选手身高165公分，臂展166厘米，体重57.50公斤，年龄24岁，来自于成都阿修罗拳王俱乐部 ，MMA 综合格斗战绩13战11胜2负 ，JCK 战决城战绩6战5胜1负，他就是黑曼巴亚西强。本场比赛场上裁判白云峰。
Judge, time, ready, fight!
Cholun in the blue corner and Yang in the red. Cholun starts with a nice quick jab.
Lunging in with that jab, rocking Yang Xingchang's head back.
Fast inside kick from Cholun.
There is a massive difference in the level of experience both these fighters have. Cholun has more than 30 fights, much more than Yang Xingchang. He's got just 11 fights. However, Yang has more fights in JCK.
Look at the speed of Cholun.
Hard punches, look at that. Smoking fast left jab. There's Yang Xingchang with a cross of his own. Oh! Yang Xingchang comes in. Beautiful straight left knockout from Cholun.
Sits him down. That was an amazing knockout from Cholun.
First round knockout. Yang Xingchang is on his feet, but he's wobbling. He's got to sit back down again. Woody, let me tell you something. Tonight, JCK is experimenting with some new hand tape from Yoroi. And you know, Simon from Yoroi is watching contently here. What a beautiful knockout by Cholun.
My goodness. He looked so fast, Cholun, but the power in his left cross sat down Yang, and that's it. Took one punch, and that's it. He did go in to finish, but luckily the referee stopped that fight early enough because he would have gotten hurt more. Let's have a look at that work. Boom! Right on the chin.
You see Yang Xingchang's head smack into the canvas. That's when you know it's a knockout. Oh, wham! Cholun, no mercy, follows up with a hammer fist before the referee can stop the damage.
Definitely the finish of the night so far.
本场男子 MMA 综合格斗规则赢量级比赛的最终结果为来自于中国的蓝方选手藏族骑士裘吉伦州，第一回合53秒 KO 获胜。The winner is blue corner, win by knockout.
恭喜裘伦，恭喜裘伦，53秒一场非常精彩的胜利，拿到了2025赛季的开门红。此时此刻，分享一下你的心情如何？
大家也看到了
打了30多场比赛，然后也有低谷期。首先感谢我的团队，恩波格斗，然后感谢我的干爹，恩波先生。我的干爹就像我的父亲一样，对，然后从这么多年一直支持我、鼓励我，感谢有他，然后再感谢战绝城这个赛事、这个平台，感谢所有工作人员以及裁判所有对运动员的帮助。非常感谢，有你们这个平台，我们才会走得更高。我们是靠拳头吃饭，对，除了这个我啥也不会，所以感谢赛事方。还有我要花红，今天没有第1回合终结的，真的，杨总非常需要这份钱，对，感谢。然后呢，杨新强我很，哎呀，怎么说？挺好，怎么说呢？哎呀，非常，这个没办法，这是我们的工作。对，他也说了要跟我打战力，然后都知道，哎呀，战力这个东西嘛，是吧？是我的拿手菜。所以杨新强加油吧，不要放弃，你还年轻，我都没有放弃，你肯定更不能放弃。对，
非常的精彩。那么其实你刚才提到了你的对手杨新强。Black Mamba 黑曼巴，他的速度也是非常的快。那么刚才的这次 KO 我们甚至没有看得太清，我们再从刚才的重放当中来回顾一下这一记重击。哈哈，我们知道，其实你早年间练习散打这么多年，你的速度也是非常的快。那么为了这一击，这么长时间。强势回归做了哪些的付出和训练？
说实话，这场备战时间不长，因为我的兄弟苏木的2级结婚，跑来跑去，主要是降重，然后冬天了，知道都训练的在成都训练比较冷天气，然后就是去教练那儿，然后到基地又比较远，就是还有感谢我的平远哥，全力虎这次也帮我了不少，对，感谢我的。哥，平远哥，然后상민가 잽조르노 냐도가니 과전체 다가 때랑 잔들지 지르고 있다가 만탔던가 잽조르던 택간나로 과전체 오카와장 앞서넘치。
好的，也希望你的2025赛季能够一切顺利。女士们、先生们，掌声送给邱伦。
女士们、先生们，掌声送给藏族骑士裘奇伦州突击器。接下来，让我们共同开启今天晚上的联合主赛。蓝方选手 Alisson Barbosa 来自于 JCK Fight Team， 职业生涯战绩31战21胜，曾经获得巴西柔术的冠军。他对手Sejilahu来自于成杰格斗俱乐部，自重量级官方排名第2，拥有非常彪悍的战斗力。两位选手即将上演一场精彩的对决。
My name is Alisson Barbosa from Brazil. I am MMA fighter and I train in JCK Fight Club, Thailand. I'm excited to come back fight in China and I chose JCK because I saw many good fighters fighting here.
无论是谁有多厉害，我渴望去战斗，我渴望胜利，所以来谁都没关系。
Yeah, I know my opponent. I watched some of his fights. He's a good fighter. He's a good striking, good grappling. But I'm good too, and we're gonna do a good fight.
我每次对手我都从来都不了解。
来自于蒙古族的悍将泽吉拉布。
哦，上位砸拳，上位砸拳，漂亮！
我想用战力去陪我他终结他。
I hope you are ready. Let's go.
看一看这场中巴之战，瑟吉拉胡究竟会有怎样的表现。
It's time now, and co-main event making his way to the cage now from Brazil. It's Alisson Barbosa, 36 years of age, training now at Phuket Fight Club in Thailand. Let me tell you something, Woody. There are 6 star fighters debuting here in JCK tonight. He is the final one. 3 have won, 2 have lost. It's not easy fighting here in JCK, and Alisson Barbosa, he is a fantastic fighter, but he has a tough fight ahead of him tonight, facing Sejilahu. Alisson Barbosa is a decorated Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu champion and the MMA coach at Phuket Fight Club. This is his JCK debut, as I mentioned. He has fought several times in China, however, winning 10 out of 13 of those fights on Chinese soil. Along the way, he's taken the MMA Super League title. Barbosa is the 4th ranked welterweight in Southeast Asia and 7th in Asia on certain rankings. He has a 75% finishing rate, and he has finished 2 JCK champions, including reigning champion Bantamweight, who beat Sejilahu in the semifinals not that long ago. He's also finished Wang Qian, UFC's Shainidze. A lot of hope is riding on Alisson Barbosa as he steps into the cage for this, his JCK debut.
There is his opponent, Sejilahu, walking out of the red corner. He was born in Tongliao, Inner Mongolia, an ethnic Mongolian, 30 years old. He has savage ground and pound. He was a semi-finalist in last season, and he just destroyed a wall here at the International Fight Center. So currently, he is the only fighter with a winning record against the building. But if he does have a real weapon, I believe it's his heart. He is incredibly strong mentally and always shows up in shape. Remember that great comeback win he had over the highly rated Ramon Eduardo. On paper, it feels he is the underdog, but I don't think it'll factor in his confidence. We also know his coach, Wusha, has some of the best game plans in the game. What secret strategy are they planning for today's fight? There we see the bantamweight champion, Dulila, the Million Army William Dulila in his corner. But I'm telling you, Father Time is also on his side. At 30 years old, Sejilahu is coming into his prime. And you got to think, the 36-year-old Brazilian, how much speed, how much stamina does he still have left in the gas? How much can he train? How hard can his camps be to prepare for these wars? And I think Sejilahu has shown that when it comes to a war, he's absolutely ready to go through throttle. And you spoke about it, he's got that anti-jiu-jitsu mindset where he believes jiu-jitsu just doesn't work on him, right, Vaughn?
Oh, I believe in his victory over Eduardo Ramon. He discovered he doesn't need to be afraid of high-level jiu-jitsu. He must respect the submission threat Barbosa brings to this fight, though. But I got the feeling we're going to see Sejilahu shoot for the double leg and look to maul out a ground and pound win here. Tonight, let's see if I'm right. Let's look at the tail of the tape here, and similar reach and height for these two fighters.
本场 JCK MMA Fight Night 次中量级的比赛争夺，同样也是我们今天晚上的联合主赛。蓝方选手身高183公分，臂展184厘米，体重77.30公斤，年龄36岁，来自于 JCK Fight Team MMA 综合格斗战绩31战21胜10负。那么今天晚上上的 JCK 战决城的首秀 ，Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the blue corner for Florida, Brazil, Alisson Barbosa。本场比赛，红方选手身高180公分，臂展186厘米，体重77.40公斤，年龄30岁，来自于成杰格斗俱乐部 MMA 综合格斗战绩18战12胜6负 ，JCK 战决城战绩9战5胜4负。他就是来自于中国蒙古族的悍将Sejilahu。本场比赛场上裁判 Thomas Fine。
Guys, you both know the rules. Watch the back of the head, watch the low strikes, okay? Touch gloves, go back to your corner. Judge, time. You ready? You ready? Fight!
Barbosa in the blue and Sejilahu in the red. Nice quick little low kick from Sejilahu. Barbosa just standing there.
Barbosa pressing forward. We're not sure what the strategy is of Barbosa. I got the feeling, though, Sejilahu is going to shoot for a double leg.
Nice inside kick from Sejilahu. Sejilahu circling out. It feels like Barbosa's looking to close the distance.
That was a beautifully timed calf kick there from Barbosa.
Oh, nice 1-2 from Barbosa.
Barbosa looking to take this fight to the ground, perhaps. Pressing the wrestler Sejilahu against the cage in his own corner. Screams from Uchanje and Dulila there in the corner of Sejilahu. Sejilahu is very difficult to take down.
He's a big, strong specimen of a welterweight. Oh, nice little kick on the exit, but unfortunately not where he wanted to. Barbosa takes a moment to readjust his cup. Says he's okay.
Barbosa eats that low blow like a champ. Stays light on his feet. Both fighters swapping punches now.
Oh, nice! Oh, he's over! Big punches! And that's it. First round finish from Sejilahu. And
Sejilahu gets
Barbosa playing guard with the referee.
We'll have a look at the replay. Barbosa is not happy about the stoppage, I believe. We're going to have to look at the replay and see how he was doing. They're very excited. Sejilahu happy with his first round. I got it wrong. I thought he was going to shoot a double leg.
Oh, he got dropped very bad there. I think it was a very good stoppage there by the referee.
We'll have a look at the replay soon. See the details. Here we go. Let's have a look, folks. Sejilahu.
That right cross, left hook. He catches him, I think. Right cross, left hook, and then another one. Two hook, two.
You see?
Oh. He fell really bad, but it looked like he didn't close his eyes.
It's a tough call for the referee to make. They want to protect the fighters as much as they can. Could it have gone on a little longer? Maybe, but many referees would have done the same thing.
And when it's slowed down like that, it's easier to see. but man, he felt like a piece of timber. We'll see out.
接下来宣布比赛结果。本场男子 MMA 综合格斗规则次重量级比赛的最终结果为：来自于中国的红方选手Sejilahu，第一回合1分34秒 KO 活下。The winner is red corner, win by knockout.
好的，我来采访一下我们的蒙古战士色吉拉胡。在接到这场比赛，知道是面对击败过国内一众的名将的阿里森巴博萨，你当时是怎么准备的？
对了。我当时挺兴奋的，因为我每次，遇到强的对手，我就不断的在提高，我不会去害怕，尤其是我在战略城2次披着这个国旗上战场，我让他们知道我们中国人的血性，还有强大的意志拼战。
很棒，很棒。给大家解释一下啊，色吉拉胡在赛前备战的时候，把我们训练室的墙砸破了。我想知道，是不是这一次比赛拿出了砸墙时的洪荒之力？
当时我也挺懵的，然后我希望我这场比赛给粉丝朋友们带来精彩的比赛，然后希望战略城能给我一个花红，谢谢。
好的。最后一个问题，我看到你加盟成杰格斗之后，进步明显，有什么想对成杰老师说的？也包括你的以后的目标。
我感谢我的团队，第一个要感谢的是战略城这个平台，还有我的背后强大的团队。然后我降体重的时候遇到了困难，是杜立乐一个人在陪着我，没有他我体重都下不来，所以我感谢。我好兄弟杜立乐，镜头给一下杜立乐，谢谢。还有感谢我的教练吴成杰，也是我的老板。OK，
好的，祝你好运。
最后感谢电视机前的粉丝朋友，还有来到现场的粉丝朋友们，谢谢你们。
女士们、先生们，掌声送给色吉拉胡。
接下来我们共同开启今天晚上的头条主赛。蓝方选手内格马托夫·鲁斯塔姆松来自于俄罗斯，职业生涯战绩9战8胜1平，其中7场比赛均为终结获胜。他对手吉姆沙重量级官方排名第2 ，JCK 战决成11战9胜，位列历史终结榜第3名。接下来正式开启今天晚上的头条主赛。来自于中国的红方选手吉姆武沙，第2回合4分41秒使用地面砸击 TKO 活下 Negmatov Rustamzhon。
Меня зовут Негmatov Rustamzhon, я из города Барнаула.
我是来自四川大凉山的彝族勇士吉姆武沙。
上位砸拳，终结吗？可以终结吗？终结吗？我必须有动作，要有动作。
我的优势的话是我的站立技术，还有我的耐力吧。
В ударке, в борьбе я могу его превосходить, и сам бой покажет, но в себе я уверен, что я могу его и в ударке, и в борьбе победить.
「
说你叫我钢铁侠，这次我要把你打成一堆废铁了。
Что могу пожелать своему сопернику? Удачи и желать я ему не буду, чтобы этот бой прошел менее травмированно для нас обоих.
There he is, Iron Man Rustamzhon Negmatov, walking towards the platform, the stage here, the focus in his eyes. He is a very professional, dangerous fighter hailing from Russia. He trains at Storm Team by Alexander Shlemenko. A very, very tough fighter. We've seen him fight once in JCK. That was against Wusha, one of the best in this bantamweight division, with a very dominant win in that fight, and it was exposed afterwards that he was hiding an injury when he went into that fight. So imagine what he's capable of when he's of 100% health. Stepping into the cage here for this, stepping towards the cage here for this main event fight. Russia's Rustamzhon Negmatov, with the flag over his shoulders, walks down the stairs towards the cage. We saw him make his first appearance in September when he beat Wusha by decision, winning on all three judges' scorecards. Does have one loss under amateur rules, but that was 2 years ago, and he's never lost in professional rules MMA. 6 of his 8 wins have been finishes, some knockouts, some submissions, sometimes winning by decision, proving he's dangerous anywhere at any time in the fight. Woody, it's been announced that the winner of this fight will get to challenge the champion Wang Xiaoshan for his belt, and of course later on in the season, the fighters that score the most points get put in the 1 million RMB bounty competition.
And you know, we talk about how good his performance was, but like, not only does he has beautiful boxing, he didn't show too much of his boxing. He took Wusha down a lot, but he is really, really well-rounded. But almost the scariest part is just the size of him. A huge bantamweight. You know, Jimuwusha normally towers over his opponent, and his height is 172, where Rustamzhon is 176, but look at the frame on him. I asked him earlier when I saw him ran into the elevator, I'm like, what are you weighing now? He's almost, you know, he's almost back up to 70 kilograms. He's a really, really big bantamweight. And there is his opponent, Jimuwusha, born and raised in Liangshan. This E-native is 27 years old, has started his career in Sanda, but he is such a well-rounded fighter. He has 11 first-round finishes, and since he made the move to Longyuan Fight Club in Harbin, he has only had 2 losses, and both were the champions, Wang Xiaoshan and Du Li. One could say that he is the gatekeeper of the bantamweight division. He has amazing striking, slick submissions, and let's not forget, after all his experience, he is a mature fighter. However, he is fighting the new boogeyman of the bantamweight division. Originally, this matchup was scheduled for Du Li, but Jimuwusha stepped in and to welcome Negmatov to the upper echelon of the JCK roster. Jimuwusha needs to avoid the wrestling and try utilize his striking to pick apart the Russian. Even though Jimuwusha is great off his back, I don't think anybody wants to be under Negmatov's grinding top game, which we saw him utilize against Wusha in his last fight. He has great top game, dangerous submissions, and this is a very, very good matchup. I think the biggest threat for Jimuwusha is the wrestling prowess of Rustamzhon.
Well, there's definitely a divide. You know, Wang Xiaoxiang, Du Lile, they are very competitive in fights against each other. Jimuwusha must be third in the rank, but there is still a significant difference in skill level and power between Jimuwusha and those two higher-ranked bantamweights. We saw that when Du Lile took him apart last year. Jimuwusha, of course, has learned from the experience. He wants to come back stronger than ever. But before he gets a chance at Wang Xiaoxiang, he needs to go through the Iron Man. Negmatov tonight, easier said than done. I always cheer for the Southpaw, but this is going to be a tough win for Jimuwusha, I'll tell you that.
Well, I think if Jimuwusha can keep the fight at range, that's his best path to success. I'm not saying that Negmatov has bad striking at all. I just see that is where Jimuwusha has the best chance and where the fight will be very, very competitive. We saw the tattoo of Negmatov. He's got a Tyson on his ribcage. And let's see how it goes. First bump between these two warriors, and this is our main event.
Let's take a look at how these two main event fighters stack up. Reach advantage favoring Jimuwusha.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's main event of this evening. This moment is a truly I'll be waiting for. We are live in JCK Arena from Shanxi, China. It's 5 rounds, 5 minutes. Mixed martial art contest. It's JCK MMA Fight Night Bantamweight Division. And now, the official ready. Fighters are in the octagon. Fighter fans, are you ready? It's time! Introducing first, fighter at the blue corner. Mixed martial artist, holding professional record. 9 fights, 8 wins, 1 loss. He stands 176 centimeters tall, weighing 135 pounds, age 28, fighting out of Siberia, Russia. I give you the Iron Man, Negmatov Rustamzhon. Now, introducing his opponent, fighter at the red corner. He stands 172 centimeters tall, weighing 135 pounds, age 27. This man is Sanda fighter, holding professional record, 25 fights, 22 wins, 3 losses, fighting out of Sichuan, China. I give you China Supernova Jimuwusha. The referee who charged in this octagon is Mr. Wang Jinggang. Good luck to all fighters.
Watch the back hand. Watch your finger. Watch your block. Okay? Touch. Back. Block. Judge. 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 Time. Ready? Fight.
Negmatov in the blue and Jimuwusha in the red.
Jimuwusha in the southpaw stance. Negmatov opens up early with a kick attempt. Caught by Jimuwusha. Negmatov looks considerably bigger than Jimuwusha here on Fight Night. Of course, yesterday they both weighed in on weight at 61
nice
kilos.
little short little hook from Jimuwusha. Negmatov very aggressive here.
Negmatov scoring with some hard blows here. They clinch up against the cage wall. Is
Negmatov's plan to take this fight to the ground, perhaps. I think that's where Jimuwusha is less dangerous. Good work from Jimuwusha to keep his balance, but Negmatov gets the takedown. He's doing what he can to control Jimuwusha. Beautiful underhook here. Jimuwusha, is he going to be able to pry his way out of this takedown attempt? Negmatov wraps up the leg there with his own legs. Jimuwusha looking to pry his way on top in this ground exchange. So far, Negmatov's been able to manage to control on top here. But there it is. Jimuwusha gets the reversal, but now Negmatov grabs the single leg.
Man, Negmatov is doing so good at just sticking to Jimuwusha, even though Jimuwusha has a beautiful grip and he's looking for the same threat, the same technique. Negmatov showing his really strong wrestling. We saw that against Jimuwusha as well.
Against Wusha.
Wusha.
Well, they are teammates, so Jimuwusha has the advantage of spending time with Wusha and listening to his first-hand account of his fight with Negmatov. Will that help Jimuwusha in this battle? It definitely will. Will it help enough to win the fight? We'll find out soon enough.
It's a very interesting defense that Jimuwusha is doing here. Underhook with the head inside, reaching across.
I believe that grip is called the 100% in no-gi jiu-jitsu.
The 100%. Well, it worked for him currently only 50%, but man, Jimuwusha does have a good guard. I just don't know if he'll be able to. Man, it feels like Negmatov has really slick jiu-jitsu as well.
Negmatov's grappling is no joke.
And he trains with a really good team. That team Alexander Shlemenko is a very, very strong team. I love Shlemenko as a fighter. He's a really had so many professional fights in the 50s, I believe.
Jimuwusha trying to torque out that Kimura. Negmatov keeping a tight control. I think he's grabbing his shorts there, which is legal if it's your own shorts.
But also, you know, Jimuwusha needs to be careful, because if Negmatov gets his right foot out, his right leg out of that half guard, he can step over and do exactly what Hu did early on the card and reverse that Kimura.
You could hear a pin drop here in the JCK International Fight Center. The crowd is silent, focused on this fight.
Jimuwusha lets go of that. And this is Negmatov's game. Oh, this is very good.
Oh, Jimuwusha's got the Kimura. Look at the crank on that.
Oh, he's really cranking.
Look at this, Negmatov trying to save it. He looks fine right now, but man, that looks dangerous.
Is he going to be able to keep that grip? He's got the grip. Is Jimuwusha going to be able to?
Interesting strategy from Jimuwusha. I don't know if that was the right decision. Anyways, look at this. Now Negmatov is going for a leg lock. He's defended that Kimura, and he's on the submission attack himself.
Now it's Jimuwusha on top. Does a knee cut. And Jimuwusha does have slick jiu-jitsu.
Look at this, Jimuwusha hunting that throat. Is he going to get a choke here? It looks like Negmatov has been able to shook him off that back, and he's slowly working his way towards the top position. Will he succeed, or will Jimuwusha recover a dominant position?
He's going back to the Kimura again. Back to Kimura, but he doesn't have, he needs to scoot his hips out a little bit. Looking for a Kimura reversal. Nice little hammer fist there.
The clock runs down. What an exciting first round. Who do you give it to, Woody?
Wow, that's a good question. Because, you know, yeah, I think Jimuwusha. Because even though Negmatov got the takedown, he didn't really do too much.
Все нормально. В принципе, у тебя все заходило в стойке. Ну, и в партере нормально.
From that opening round, there's a nice right hook there from Jimuwusha. Negmatov gets that takedown. Jimuwusha working to reverse the situation, did temporarily, but wasn't able to capitalize on that position. Then there was this near submission. But the thing is, although it looked really dangerous, the expression on Negmatov's face was like it wasn't a big deal at all.
Yeah, he was beautiful what he did. What he did is when he was in that tribune, you should see his right hand. He placed it on the hip of Jimuwusha, not allowing him to change his angle to finish that Kimura. Now he comes up running forward and nice kick. How long before we see him shoot for the double leg again?
Spinning back fist attempt there.
Oh, looks like he might be going for a guillotine here.
Transitioning into the takedown, but Jimuwusha's got the head. Oh, he's got to let go of that takedown here, or he's going to end up eating a Von Flue choke.
Pushing the hips.
Even after that close call in round 1, Negmatov seems to believe that his best chance of winning is here on the ground. I'm not sure.
Now he goes back to the half guard when his neck is so deep.
That was a good choice. We'll find out soon enough as this second round unfolds.
That back fist from Negmatov is a team storm. He goes for this again. Jimuwusha.
Jimuwusha's got that Kimura again.
He needs to get the angle. Jimuwusha needs to change the angle.
Negmatov brings his body against the cage wall, kind of closing the door, making it difficult for Jimuwusha to torque that Kimura.
Jimuwusha,
he's just not letting go of that grip. Shang Jifa in the corner of Jimuwusha, watching carefully. You know Shang Jifa is a very experienced fighter and a submission expert himself. Negmatov peppering with elbows and hammer fists to the rib area. Jimuwusha finally lets go of that Kimura.
Now he needs to be careful that he doesn't get Kimured himself. Look at the grip. Negmatov lets go, looks for the underhook. Butterfly hooks here from Jimuwusha. Can he kick Negmatov off and try to get back to his feet?
Jimuwusha looks focused.
Very calm. He does have some nice triangles from the bottom as well. Like I said, Jimuwusha is a great guard, but Negmatov's so calm in his top game. Very, very technical with his defenses so far, but been close a couple of times.
Jimuwusha kicks off. Negmatov firing kicks to the thighs. He's got to watch for those up kicks.
Nice kick to the thigh as well from Jimuwusha. Goes to the body.
Hard kick there, roundhouse kick to the thigh from Negmatov in the top position. Follows through after a punch and ends up in side control. Look at this, Jimuwusha going for that Kimura again.
On the other side.
Negmatov trying to punch his way out of this grip.
It's already cleared the elbow. Should be safe here from that. Jimuwusha has to be careful. He could get countered here, but his cage, the cage is on his backside, so not that easy.
Negmatov trying to pry out a Kimura of his own. Jimuwusha needs to be very careful from this position.
Jimuwusha can roll up, reverse here. If he can scoot the other way, roll up, connect his hands and roll through. He needs to be careful here.
Jimuwusha trying to fight from this deep half guard position. I think as long as he keeps his back on the mat, he doesn't have to worry
This is
about
the way he should go, yes.
Powers up to the top position. Negmatov trying to keep his balance.
Negmatov looks at the referee. Still has that Kimura. Now exchanging again.
Negmatov looking to take this fight to the ground again. Jimuwusha on his feet temporarily. Now he's
Jimuwusha
trying
is fishing for the back.
Yes, trying to slide his way around to the back, but Negmatov doing a fantastic job of keeping him pressed against the cage wall, making it difficult to achieve the technique he's going for.
Not so much damage done with the ground and pound, but it feels like a constant threat by both these guys for finishing at any moment.
Just over 30 seconds
Back to the
remaining
Kimura
in
again.
this second round.
Can Jimuwusha pop the arm across the head on the wrong side?
Negmatov with a tight grip on the waist there, making it really difficult for Jimuwusha to move around. Jimuwusha and Negmatov scoring with some punches there as the clock runs down. Negmatov hoping for a finish here from top position. I think that was a very convincing round for Negmatov.
Good round from the Russian, yeah.
It might be 2 rounds to none for Negmatov or 1 round each. Either way, I'm sure both fighters will
Very focused. Here we see that spinning back fist and he falls. But he immediately scraps into that single leg. Round 3. This is the final round on the card tonight. Oh, nice counter from Jimuwusha.
Jimuwusha, I believe, is most dangerous on the feet. That doesn't mean he can't get knocked out by Negmatov. This is a very even matchup so far, Woody.
Very close.
Both on the feet and on the ground. I do believe Negmatov has the advantage so far in this fight, but it's close.
Negmatov's very aggressive here with the striking, but he does drop his hands a little bit when he throws those big hooks.
Jimuwusha on the attack with a straight, backing up Negmatov.
Nice knee
now
from Jimuwusha.
Jimuwusha has Negmatov pressed against the cage wall, I believe for the first time in the fight. Negmatov looking to fighting for underhooks there. There's a knee from Jimuwusha.
Jimuwusha is now engaging in wrestling. I'm very interested, it's very curious that this is what Jimuwusha is choosing to do. Another nice knee. Just double underhooks, picks him up and runs him to the cage.
Negmatov gets the fight to the ground again.
So strong by the Russian Negmatov.
Jimuwusha fighting to stay competitive here, get back to his feet. He's on his knee, he's back to his feet. He's wrapping up that Kimura again. Short little elbow there from against the cage wall, punches as well. Scoring with those shots, I believe. Negmatov needs to be careful. That's a slick move there where he grabs the supporting ankle.
Short little elbows here from Jimuwusha. Negmatov on the hips. Trying to feed that hand through to the far side.
Jimuwusha got one hand on the wrist. You know what he's thinking about, Woody. He's thinking about the...
There he goes for it.
Kimura.
His third time the charm.
You got to believe that Negmatov's getting good at defending this Kimura throughout this fight.
He's doing the right thing, you know, getting his hips closer to the head, and there he slides down. Oh, this threatened for a moment there. Now, Jimuwusha needs to be careful that he doesn't get countered.
Jimuwusha, he's mounted now. Negmatov grapevines the legs. First, he's focusing on control. That's a wise move, not to get too reckless. Control the position. Once it's secure, then go to score points.
Jimuwusha already recovering guard. Slick guard from Jimuwusha. Only 1 minute and 50 seconds left in this fight. Going for that shoulder crunch again.
Jimuwusha looking for a way out of this bottom position. Oh, he's threatening a
this
triangle
is good.
Here.
He has a very good triangle. Can he cinch this up, or will Negmatov fight out of this? got to keep him close. Transfer the grips. Can he keep him close to him? Change the grip to the shin.
Just over 1 minute remaining in this fight. Time is running out for both fighters.
Gets his hand back in, does Negmatov.
I believe.
Oh, nice kick.
I believe it's the pressures on Jimuwusha to do something in this final minute of the fight.
I agree with you.
Jimuwusha gets to his feet. Jimuwusha looked way out of this grip, but it's Negmatov that gets what he wants. He brings the fight to the ground. Jimuwusha looking again to reverse with that underhook. But so far, Negmatov's been able to control the position here on top. 30 seconds now remaining in this fight. Will it be a victory for Negmatov?
Negmatov so dominant in this top position. Only 15 seconds left. There we get that 10 seconds clapper. Oh!
Negmatov fires up a big kick to the face as Jimuwusha stands to his feet, and that's the final bell. We'll go to the judges' decisions and see who gets the win. My card has Negmatov. Woody, who do you got?
Yeah, I think I'm with you on this one, but let's see if the judges agree with us.
С ноги молодец, в конце попал, хорошо включился. Пока выигрываешь, ты все время сверху.
Let's look at some of the highlights from this fight. Wait a second, this is a 5-rounder.
This is a 5-rounder. Oh my goodness, Vaughn.
We're going to the championship rounds. Ha! I thought it was curtains for Jimuwusha. He's still got a chance in this fight.
Seconds up.
Negmatov does look fresh. Can Jimuwusha do something in round number 4 and 5? Negmatov running to the middle, putting that pressure. Lots of fakes here. How long before Negmatov shoots? Nice kick.
Negmatov,
does he have? I don't think he's got it tight enough. That head looks to be a little bit loose.
Jimuwusha is trying to crank in this arm in guillotine. It's hard to tell from this position how dangerous it is. It looks like...
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna pop out.
Jimuwusha abandons that submission attempt. Focusing on defense now.
Negmatov stacking, shelving that leg of Jimuwusha. Very difficult to get up with your leg. As I've said in earlier fights, look, wrist control again from Jimuwusha, but the pressure relentless from the Russian. Working the body, working the head. Very quiet here, cage side. Everybody enthralled. What's going to happen? Expecting the finish. Waiting for both of these fighters to explode to the next piece of action.
It's either by the way the fight is unfolding or just the experience of these two warriors, but both of them seem still very fresh.
It's you know, the way they're fighting, it's so calculated what they're doing, both of them. But the power of Negmatov is really obvious.
Negmatov transitioning to the top here. He was in half guard momentarily, looking for the back, but Jimuwusha fought his way out of it, and he's back to the butterfly guard from the bottom.
Can Jimuwusha, he's looking for some butterfly sweeps.
Look at that,
Nice,
beautiful work, but wasn't able
Negmatov-
to hold on to it.
Yeah,
Negmatov immediately reversed it, and he's back in the top position.
And Negmatov's just so strong, he just pops right back. And the pressure from Negmatov, relentless.
After 5 rounds, top fight, we have the final official decision. 1号裁判46比49 ，Judge number 1 46 to 49。2号裁判46比49 ，Judge number 2 46 49。3号裁判46比49 ，Judge number 3 46 49。本场比赛3位裁判一致性判定。 蓝发上 ，For the winner, by unanimous decision, win by point, presenting Russia. The blue corner, Negmatov, the Iron Man, Rustamzhon.
内戈马托夫打得很精彩，我想问一下他满不满意 ？Is he satisfied with the result?
Ты доволен результатом?
Всех китайских фанатов JCK приветствую. Честно сказать, я никогда не готов с своими боями, потому что в голове, когда я уже пересматриваю, перекручиваю, я понимаю, над какими мне аспектами нужно работать. Вот в прошлом бою я на разминке потянул тазобедренную ногу и не мог себя раскрыть. Сейчас в первом раунде я сломал руку по ходу. Из-за этого я тоже сильно не мог работать, поэтому где-то на характере, где-то на опыте мне удалось выиграть. Но результатом я недоволен, я знаю, что могу еще лучше.
English? Yeah. So first of all, I wanna thank for all my fans. Yes, honestly, I always not okay with my fights after fight, but after I watch my fight, I can see my mistakes and try to fix it. Previous fight, I injured my leg and cannot show myself in my prime. Today, my first 5-round bout, so I think I can better.
内戈马托夫说，他非常感谢他粉丝们的支持。他说每一场比赛他都觉得他可以打得更好。他上一场比赛中他腿受伤了，所以他说这场比赛没有打得太好，但是他觉得比赛之后看完比赛视频，他能学习他在哪儿要进步。我想问他，他现在好像有机会跟
王少强，
我们的冠军打。他准备好了吗 ？He gets to fight with Wang Xiaoxiang now for the belt in JCK. Is he ready?
Ты будешь биться с чемпионом за пояс. Ты готов?
Конечно, я готов. Я изначально, когда пришел в эту лигу, выиграл бой, на меня обратила лига внимание. Я сразу же понял, что я должен здесь рассчитывать на высокие места, поэтому я готов драться с чемпионом. Просто дайте мне отдохнуть, побыть время с семьей. У меня сейчас сложный период. Подождите немного, я скоро вернусь.
So of course I'm ready. In the beginning, when I start to fight in JCK, my wish was champion belt, nothing more. Just give me a time for the rest to spend my time with my family, and I will show you all my best.
他说一到 JCK 战锤城来之后，他的目标是打冠军金腰带，但是他还想要的，但是他说他希望赛事给他机会休息恢复，再来打。恭喜 Negmatov, Gongxi, congratulations.
谢谢谢谢 ，Thank you for performance. Thank you. 好，所有现场以及正在收看比赛直播的观众朋友们，那么经过一整晚的奋战，那么今天晚上 JCK 决胜之夜 N96 的所有比赛到此就告一段落。再次感谢我们的官方合作媒体咪咕视频、抖音、腾讯新闻、新华网、百度 App、深圳电视台体育健康频道、辽宁移动、贵州新媒体、宁夏新媒体、TCL 互联网电视、虎牙直播、快手以及格斗迷的大力支持。同时还要特别感谢千岁汽车、毛江1953、12道、华肯乳业集团、梅花以及菲特仕的大力支持。同时感谢今天晚上所有选手出色的发挥，让我们共同通过大屏幕来回顾一下今天晚上所有参赛选手他们的获胜信息。第一场女子复赛，高焕君通过一致判定获胜。那么第二场比赛，阿曼、乌尔列武通过一致判定获胜，李一璇通过一致判定获胜。那么今天的第四场的复赛，连扎野布第二回合 TKO 对手。那么正赛方面，来自于格鲁吉亚的格查 Shainidze 通过一致判定获胜。那么第六场比赛，胡耀宗。那么 JCK 战绝城的首秀通过木村索降服对手。那么今天晚上球席轮周第一回合 KO 对手Sejilahu第一回合 KO 对手。那同时呢，备受关注的重量级金腰带挑战权争夺之战，来自俄罗斯内格马托夫鲁斯塔姆松成功通过5回合的一致判定，笑到了最后。那么下场比赛他会挑战卫冕冠军王少祥。那么4月12号呢，将会迎来阳光威宁、浪漫草海 JCK 决胜之夜 N97 华五元羽联合赛贵州威宁站的比赛。头条主赛，滕里格对阵苏莱曼诺夫；联合主赛，吴泽对阵伊万帕西科夫。那么除此之外，伊希尤木将会对阵加兹穆拉德哈基莫夫；吉林战虎张云鹤将会对阵 Alexander Chilyanov。来自于法国的公牛安迪将会大战平头哥王琦。在此也诚挚邀请屏幕前的各位持续锁定我们的官方网站3w.jckmma.com 以及微信公众账号以及官方抖音号，了解最新赛事资讯的更新。那么同时非常感谢现场以及屏幕前的诸位今天晚上整晚的陪伴，最后祝大家晚安，再见。
Woody, what a great night. It's so fun to be back here at the JCK International Fight Center. The main event goes to Negmatov. He will be the first non-Chinese to compete for the JCK belt. But you heard what he said in the interview. He said, please